government, true or false? You'll get the answer at the end of this introduction. On the agenda in this session, under statements by ministers, Prime Minister and Minister of Defense and Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation, Andrew Holness, is down to make a statement. Minister of Health and Wellness, Dr. Christopher Tufton, is also down to make a statement. It is likely that the health minister will be addressing the nation on the death of 12. He told the press that he received a report indicated that Pan American Health Organization experts be called in to do an assessment, which was done, and he's now awaiting the report from the PAHO team. Under Public Business, Income Tax Amendment Act 2022 is to be tabled, and Irrigation, Validation and Indemnity Act 2022 Brown Burke. Member of Parliament for St. Catherine Eastern, Ms. Joyce Daley. If you are planning to attend a session, here are some rules to keep in mind. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of photography, videography, or sketching of the proceedings is allowed, unless so authorized by the presiding officer. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. And there should be no smoking inside the parliamentary building. It's almost time to go to the main event, but before that, let's get the answer to the trivia question. We asked, the cabinet is the center of the system of government. Is it true or false? It's true. The Jamaica Information Service says that cabinet initiates government policies and programs and is responsible for the general direction and control of the government. The cabinet must consist of the Prime Minister and not less than 11 other ministers. No upper limit is specified. Not more than 4 ministers must be appointed from the Senate, and they may have portfolio responsibilities. The other ministers are appointed from the House of Representatives. Cabinet ministers may be assisted by ministers of state and parliamentary secretaries. Each minister conducts the ordinary business of his ministry without referring to any other minister. However, important matters, especially those which may become the subject of discussion in Parliament, are brought before the cabinet for discussion and decision. Now over to the proceedings.
Mr. Main, Mr. Edward, Mr. Davis, Mr. Witter, Mr. Brown, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Brown Burke, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Clark, Mr. Cousins, Ms. Crawford, Ms. Daley, Ms. Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Henriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Ms. Miller, Mr. Miller, sorry, Mr. Montague, Mr. Chuck, Present. Ms. Morrison, Ms. Garvey, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Siblist, Mr. Slowly, Mrs. Vaz, Mr. Hutchinson, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Wright.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the agenda be forwarded to the first item being public business in order to enable the state of constituency debate to commence and be concluded today. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Members, the question before the House is that the items on the agenda be suspended to allow us to move straight to the item noted public business. Those in favor? Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Public business.
Madam Speaker, on the matter of public business today, the continuation of the resolution on the state of constituencies will continue, and the speakers will be the Honorable Marlene Malahoo Forte, Dr. Angela Brown-Burke, and Madam Joyce Daley, respectively from the constituency of West Central St. James, St. Andrew Southwestern, and St. Catherine Eastern. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise with immense pride to make my contribution to these debates.
And before you do, may I announce that you are the new minted Minister of Constitutional and Legal Affairs.
For these reasons, Thank you, Madam Speaker. For this purpose, a member from St. James West Central.
Forgive me, it is really the member from St. James rather than the minister this afternoon. But notwithstanding that she's a member from St. James, she is still the Minister of Legal and Constitutional
Coming to
Affairs.
that. You've in fact preempted me, Madam Speaker, but I'd like to start on an important note that is often forgotten. The foundation of democracy is a legislature elected freely and periodically by the people. Unfortunately, we too often forget this fundamental principle.
Yes.
Our legislature here in Jamaica is a bicameral Westminster-style parliament comprising an appointed upper house, the Senate, and an elected lower house, this House of Representatives. Madam Speaker, ours is an established democracy in spite of our mere 60 years of political independence. We can boast 78 unbroken years of having a freely, periodically elected legislature from 1944 with the advent of universal adult suffrage. I said you preempted me, Madam Speaker, because I wanted to say that atop my role as the democratically elected representative of the people of the constituency of St. James West Central, I have been entrusted with another important democratic role of Minister for the Legal and Constitutional Portfolio. I'm eternally grateful for the votes of confidence of the people who elected me, and the party leader and Prime Minister, the Most Honourable Andrew Holness, who appointed me to the membership of his cabinet. Madam Speaker, it is a signal honour to be afforded the opportunity to serve the people and nation of Jamaica through these roles. I view the offices, as I believe my colleagues do, as high seats of professional responsibility, not places of personal privilege. Madam Speaker, I should like to put on record my profound thanks to my constituency management and executive teams, whose commitment, dedication, and support make all the difference. With the exception of the elected councillor, Dwight Crawford, the constituency secretary, Ava Gordon, and the Constituency Development Fund officer, Gregory Brissett, all team members are volunteers. I do not know how to sufficiently thank them for their service. You know, Madam Speaker, it is also such a pleasure to serve alongside colleagues in this honourable House. Yes. And you, Madam Speaker, I've said repeatedly that you have a special place, because when I came to Area Council 4, you were the chairman, and I will never forget the guidance you provided. And I say that, Madam Speaker, because I want to preface my contribution to these debates by speaking briefly to the legal and constitutional context in which we operate. I have discovered that outside of party activists and party workers, many really do not know how a constituency is legally structured. And there is a reason why I am taking the time to set this out. It will become clear as I go further into my presentation. I start, Madam Speaker, with Chapter 4 of the Constitution of Jamaica. It is divided into 4 parts, and it deals with Parliament. Part 1 provides for the composition of Parliament. Part 2 sets out the parameters for the powers and procedure of Parliament, and this includes provisions for the alteration of the Constitution itself.
There's a heavy murmur that is preventing us from hearing the member. Please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes. As I said, I'd like to contextualize my contribution in the legal and constitutional framework in which we operate and do the business of the people. Chapter 5 of the Constitution is divided into 4 parts. It deals with the Parliament. Part 1 provides for the composition of Parliament. Part 2 speaks to the provisions speaks to the parameters for the powers and procedure of the Parliament, and this includes provisions for the alteration of the Constitution, not only by the Parliament, but also with the involvement of the people. It is also important to note that each House is empowered to regulate its own procedure through the making of standing orders. And we constantly refer to the standing orders in this House, and many do not know that they are in fact regulations of the Constitution itself. Part 3 provides for the summoning, prorogation, and dissolution of the Parliament. And Part 4 speaks to delimitation of constituencies, taking us right to the heart of state of constituency. Madam Speaker, for the purpose of election of members of the House of Representatives, it is no secret that Jamaica is now divided into 63 constituencies, provided by order, the constituencies boundaries order made by the Governor-General. The state of constituency debates showcase not only our representational achievements, but also the real challenges we face along the way. our work is done in partnership with others, in particular, other parts of government. In some democracies, MPs are allowed to focus on their role as a legislator. Here in Jamaica, the MP is expected to be all things to all men. We are to be surrogate spouses, parents, social workers, pastors, caregivers, you name it. There is practically no end to the expectation of what the MP is supposed to do. And I see the member from across the aisle telling me about something else that he's called upon to do. But since he didn't say it publicly, I won't repeat it. Since my election as a member of Parliament, I have been most eager to get a better understanding of what the people expect of an MP. From what I observe, the MP, Madam Speaker, is often the first, and in some cases, the only real point of contact between the voting people and the government. Most of them seem to believe that the MP represents all of government and should be able to do or have done for them all of what government is supposed to do and more, even that which they should do for themselves. When we campaign for office, we normally go into the hills and valleys to find the votes. Do you know, Madam Speaker, as you know, the votes are real people with real issues. We get glimpses into their lived experiences, and we encounter them in ways that other functionaries do not, but should. And so the question that preoccupies my mind as a result boils down to what should we do by virtue of our membership in this honorable House. There is a simple truth that must be told again and again. Although the MP is but a small part of government, in the scheme of things, the MP is an important part of government.
Yes, true.
An MP cannot perform the functions of government that is legally or institutionally assigned to another office in government, but the MP can have good oversight. Madam Speaker, increasingly, constituents have been growing more frustrated as they wait for government to serve them. The frustration is compounded by the fact that the real needs far exceed available resources. The needs far exceed available resources. And on top of that, we are experiencing climatic conditions, changes that wreak havoc on our already fragile environment and infrastructure. But you know, Madam Speaker, as I contemplated, and I think another member who spoke before me mentioned that Order 32C of the Standing Orders of this House stipulates that the State of Constituency debate should take place in the third quarter of the year, prior to the budget call. And while all are entitled to speak, first opportunity to speak is to be given to members who are not ministers. But it is the timing of the debates that I find instructive. And I think the timing is to allow the matters discussed to be taken into account when the budget is being cast, because we know that the budget is the best reflection of the priorities of a government. And I'm happy that the entreaties have not fallen on deaf ears, and I believe in due course the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister will indicate how the issues raised in the debate so far will show up in priority areas of the budget or supplementary budget. Madam Speaker, I want to move to another part of the legal and constitutional context in which we do our work. So it is no secret that each parish is broken down into constituencies. In accordance with the Representation of the People's Act, we call it the ROPA, each constituency is then broken down into electoral divisions. And electoral divisions are further divided into polling divisions, what we call the PDs, with assigned polling stations. I think if I were to put it more simply, the ROPA, the Representation of the People's Act, starts by recognizing a polling division as the smallest electoral unit. And the PDs are contiguous. A group of PDs make up an electoral division. And as far as possible, Politics 101, but it is important that we set the context for the people, because a lot do not understand when we get up in this house to talk about constituency. And many think that it is cheap and relegated. And that is why I began with a reminder that the Parliament, a periodically freely elected legislature, is the foundation of democracy. So, Madam Speaker, the electoral division should take into an entire constituency within the parochial boundaries. And then when fused together, they comprise the constituency. Now, my constituency of St. James West Central comprises 3 electoral divisions, with polling divisions numbering 1 to 80. When you include A and B, you have a total of 101 PDs. And there are 24 clusters of polling stations spanning over 30 communities, and perhaps just as many or even more sub-communities. The electoral divisions of the constituency of St. James West Central are Mount Salem, Granville, and Spring Garden. The Mount Salem division is represented at the local level by a councillor from the People's National Party, as well as the Granville division. The Spring Garden division is represented by Councillor Dwight Crawford of the Jamaica Labour Party. Madam Speaker, within the Spring Garden division, there are approximately 15 and plus 8 communities. I say plus 8 because they are sub-communities. And if you were to drill down a little deeper, you'd find even more. There is Freeport, Catherine Hall, West Green, Bogue Village, and Bogue Village has a number of phases, 5. Bogue Heights, Bogue Hill, Bogue Hilltop, Ramble Hill, New Ramble, Boyne Hill, Wales Pond, Reading, Unity Hall, Kingsgate, Wilshire, Belmont, Tower Hill, Kentucky, Spring Garden, Claridge Hall, Moy Hall, Guava Walk. That's just the Spring Garden division. Skip over to the Granville division, and not even breaking down Granville itself, because you would get another 10, 15. You have 6 and 4. So there is Granville, West Village, Fairfield with Fairview Close, and the residents tell you that Fairfield, Fairview Close is not the same as Granville proper. And then you have Pit 4, and within Pit 4 you have Rasta Camp. I think more than one constituency has sub-communities known as Rasta Camp. Pit 4, New York, indeed. And then you have retirement, phases 1, 2, and 3. And we have heard some things about retirement and land settlement issues. And you have Mud Valley, Name and Nature, Meadows Vale. When we skip over to the Mount Salem division, there are approximately 9 plus 19 communities, Madam Speaker. Mount Salem itself, which on my side of Mount Salem comprises the zone of special operation, which I'll speak a little to. You have sub-communities of Allentown, Peddlers Lane, O'Connor's Lane, Brunswick Lane, Boswell Lane, Broad Yard, Larson Yard, Crawford Street, Piggott Street, Comfort Land, which is at the bottom of Piggott Street, Coconut Palm, Coffee Lane, Campbell Lane, Caton Lane, Clark Street. You skip around to Catherine Mount, Westgate Hills, Jarrett Terrace, Barnett View, Barnett Oval, Fairfield Irwin, Riverside Drive, and then Irwin itself, my side of Irwin, West Avenue, England, and then there is Tucker with Primrose Lane and a number of other sub-communities. And in case, Madam Speaker, some listening may be wondering why I have taken the time to speak to the context in which we operate and to name the constituencies, is to say that my constituency is as diverse as it gets. In fact, some say it is a miniature Jamaica, because we have every social class, every demographic group represented in the constituency, which means that the call on the MP is as diverse. The expectation on the machinery of government is as diverse. When I indicated to my community groups that I would be making my contribution, I asked them, what would you like me to say on your behalf? And, Madam Speaker, having taken stock, I'll say that it is clear that all of us are in the same boat in respect of the issues. The roads, the water, the light, sanitation issues, how different parts of government interact with them, accessibility of persons in government. But you know, Madam Speaker, as I went through the list that was given to me, including this morning, the Riverton, the retirement dump being on fire. And every time the dump is on fire, yes, I said the other dump, the other R dump, but mine is a retirement dump. But every time it gets on fire, you know, constituents get miserable, because the truth is that it becomes difficult to breathe the polluted air. I want to say to my constituents that the issue of the dump is being addressed. A lot of work was done under the leadership of the Minister of Local Government to put in pipes and other infrastructure to contain fires. Constituents agree that nothing short of a relocation of the Riverton, the retirement dump, will suffice. And I'm pleased to say that the work to relocate the retirement dump has started. It is not going to relocate overnight. An enterprise team is working to identify areas for relocation. And in due course, the minister will make announcements and engage with the people and have their input. He will give an update of the work of the enterprise team. This is a matter that has been work in progress for a long time. With respect to the issue of garbage, Madam Speaker, and so far I think all members have shared the concerns of their constituents. It's a difficult one. The responsibility is not only on the government to provide the collection service, but there is also responsibility on residents in how they containerize and dispose of the garbage. During the reporting year, Madam Speaker, in an effort to assist in this regard, through the Office of the Member of Parliament, construction of 3 garbage holding areas were done in retirement, Fairfield, and Catherine Hall to the tune of $2.9 million. Though not enough, they're going some way in helping to address the situation. I believe that in very short order, the Prime Minister and other relevant ministers will, including the Minister of Local Government, will inform the people of the alleviation that will come. More equipment is needed. The government has procured it. And until the equipment arrives, we will still be dealing with a problem But for me, I'm pleased to say to my constituents that, you know, steps will be taken to assist and clean up the constituency. And when the cleanup is done, we're going to ask that
We keep it clean.
we keep it clean.
Yes.
We keep it clean. Because at the end of the day, it is those who live in the environment who suffer most. So it's not a one-sided approach that can be taken to address the problem. And this is a problem that is common across Jamaica.
Yes.
You know, yes, yes. The island is way too beautiful to be so unkept and so nasty and have garbage strewn all across it. So, Madam Speaker, the issues go right across. Most of the concerns raised with me are matters of local government. All of us are in this boat together. All of us come here. All of us come here with messages from our constituency. And from what I have heard so far, the issues are similar across the island, from one constituency to the next.
Yes.
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 And from what? And Madam, more importantly, the cries are not falling on deaf ears. The cries are not falling on deaf ears.
We are listening.
Because this government, led by Prime Minister Holness, is taking steps
Yes.
to address the real issues of the people.
Yeah.
Real issues of the people. So, Madam Speaker, for the reporting year, as I took stock on what has happened in the constituency of St. James West Central, like most other constituencies, assistance was given in the area of welfare to a number of constituents. In my case, over 2,000. I think all of us assist with education support,
Yes.
tuition, back to school, and in my case, specifically in respect of tuition, we had a total of 266 students assisted. Some of them were falling by the wayside, not able to take their examination, not able to complete. But thankfully, they have been assisted, and they are now able to complete. Like other members of Parliament, assistance is given in the area of social housing. And you know, Madam Speaker, I have to say that I feel proudly to be part of this government,
Yes.
led by Prime Minister Holness, who takes the issue of housing
Seriously.
seriously. And don't mean to play politics with it. It's an area that has affected us across administrations for years, for decades. And when we go and seek the vote, and we see the conditions under which people live,
Yes.
It really is a crying shame, Madam Speaker, that too many live in too deplorable circumstances. And so the special housing program under the auspices of the Prime Minister at the very top is making a difference. I see a tenement yard in my constituency listed, you know, that was identified. Madam Speaker, I can't wait to show the picture when it is completed, to just show the transformation that is taking place in the lives of citizens. And as with other constituents, those who farm have been provided with assistance through RADA, with both livestock, plants, and fertilizers and other things to help them along the way. The biggest need in my constituency, outside of the urban area, like other constituencies, the infrastructure, the roads. Madam Speaker, I have hilly terrain in St. James West Central. And with the more frequent rains, the existing water channels are woefully inadequate. I have seen volumes of water come down the hill that would take an entire hillside down with tall trees. So those issues are not going to be addressed overnight, but I'm pleased to say that one of the requirements to come is that adaptation issues for the climate change and the impact on residents, those policy issues will have to be mainstreamed across projects. And I think in due course the Minister of Finance will make an announcement. When I participated not too long ago in meetings during the annual meetings of the World Bank and the IMF, this is an issue that was raised. Project funds must take into account the sensitive issues facing constituents, and in particular, the infrastructure needs. Madam Speaker, all in all, St. James West Central, I believe, is in good hands. I'm not able to deliver all of the solutions that are required at the time when they are called for, but there is no issue that has been raised with me that has not in turn been raised with the relevant part of government. And I want to thank my colleagues who have special responsibility for agents of government, for listening, for ensuring that the teams who are assigned responsibility in turn meet with the people and do the work. Madam Speaker, government is unwieldy, and sometimes we think that the political directorate is all of government. It is not so. In fact, you know, when I served in the Office of Attorney General, it came home very clearly to me that you cannot lawfully and legally exercise the functions and powers that are vested in someone else. Otherwise, it becomes ultra vires. And so it is important that we get all of government to work well. Yes. To work well. Because from what I see here, the members of Parliament understand the urgency of no. Madam Speaker, I couldn't be more proud as I listened, especially to my colleagues who are here in their first term. They have not been afraid to say to the front bench and their government what needs to be done. Sometimes you could construe it as probably a little too vociferous, but I think all their constituents can be justly proud that the representatives they have sent to this House take their issues seriously. Madam Speaker, I close by saying to my constituents of St. James West Central that all of your issues are placed at the respective decision-making table. Be it the hospital at Cornwall Regional that has been under repair for too long, impacting access to health care, be it the roads, be it the garbage collection, be it the opportunities, be it the laws. You know, when they say we want to have an input in how the laws are made, I want to assure them that this Member of Parliament takes their representation seriously, and I will continue to work with the relevant part of government to ensure that their issues are addressed. Madam Speaker, I couldn't be more proud to be part of a team that is working in the best interest of the people of Jamaica, led by a Prime Minister who understands what it means to take decisions that will make real progress on the problems that we face. I want to wish all my colleagues, Madam Speaker, a successful tenure as they represent the people who send them here. May it so please.
Madam Speaker, I think in the real tradition, in the strongest tradition of the Westminster system, fulsome presentation exactly within the half an hour prescribed for presentation. And I think that's a good example, Madam Speaker, and we want to commend the member from West Central, St. James. Madam Speaker, I now invite you to ask the member from St. Andrew Southwest to make her presentation.
House Leader and members, I was very mindful of the increase in speaking time indicated from our standing committee meeting. So I'm just reminding all members, we will be holding very firmly to 30 minutes. So thank you, member from St. James West Central. Good job. We now invite Dr. Angela Brown Burke from St. Andrews Southwestern to speak on behalf of her constituency.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, colleagues. Yesterday, another female was shot in Payne Avenue. Yesterday, in broad daylight, on her way from school. She is hospitalized. And can you imagine that in order to do surgery to remove the gunshot, she has to be transferred from the KPH to UHWI, where there is a CAT scan available to help doctors locate where the shots are lodged. Mm-hmm. From KPH. And we sit in this parliament and elsewhere, dithering about the fate of the Minister of Health. This is a no-brainer. Time come for a competent minister in that portfolio. Last week, a young man was shot and killed in Greenwich Town. 21 years old. 9 shots and 2 stabs in his neck. A few weeks ago, before that, a young woman was killed in her home on Maxfield Avenue. She was badly beaten about a week before that, admitted to the hospital, came back home, and a little after she sent her teenage daughter to the corner shop, she was brutally murdered in her home. That one was about a month ago. Madam Speaker, unimaginable pain, sorrow, trauma, fear, apprehension, not only for the family, but for the community. Yes, there has been a reduction of shootings and killings, but every single shooting, every single killing is one too many. And then there is the anger.
Members, remember there are 48 of you whispering on this side, so it is much louder than the whispering on the other side. So let us pay due respect to the member standing and making a crucial presentation as it relates to her constituency.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Then there is the anger and the desire to retaliate, because obviously, in their minds at least, the state is incapable of protecting them and their loved ones. Madam Speaker, before anyone jumps to the wrong conclusion, let me say here that I support the recent firearm legislation, as I said then, much improved, of course, with the inputs of the parliamentary opposition. But, Madam Speaker, the situation with crime, an 8% increase this year alone, should not have been allowed to get to this stage, where we now have to be passing what some people may call draconian laws, or where others may even be willing to abrogate hard fought for rights in the hope of being safe. Absolutely, and freedoms, absolutely. So, Madam Speaker, I start here with this story of what is happening, describing the reality of Southwest St. Andrew, because often when I come into this chamber or when I engage others, at the forefront of my mind is what are those things that need to happen to change the reality that exists in this particular way. And I'll talk a little later about some of the things that have been done and are being done, and again, what are some of the things that need to be done. Madam Speaker, October 30th, 2022 is exactly 5 years since I was elected as Member of Parliament for Southwest St. Andrew. Thank you. And what a ride it has been. Despite almost 20 years of political representation as a councillor, I came into this position as a Member of Parliament thinking that I had learned quite a bit during those 20 years. As councillor, believe me when I tell you that I have done a lot of learning during these past 5 years. Today I give thanks to the many individuals who, on the recommendation of Sister P, yes, the Most Honorable Portia Simpson Miller, welcomed me into their homes and into their hearts. We have had good days and bad days as we grapple with finding solutions to the many problems that we face every day, putting food on the table, ensuring quality education for our children, providing opportunities for skills training, learning to live with one another, learning to respect and care for each other. It's not an easy road. We acknowledge that there are times when the daily hustle seems almost overwhelming. But we have an abiding faith in one who is always faithful and one who always delivers. We also have the example of others who have remained focused despite the ups and downs and who have made it to the other side, and not across Jordan River, but on this side. Madam Speaker, today I place on record, with sincere humility and a heart full of gratitude, my appreciation for the guidance, support, encouragement that have enabled me to serve faithfully and courageously. To my constituency executive members, political and community leaders, staff at my office, the team that keeps me on the road, my CPO, my driver, my cheerleaders, my biggest critics, a world of gratitude. Madam Speaker, my admiration and respect for the leader of the opposition, Mr. Mark Golding, continue to grow as I work with him in defense of the rights of the Jamaican people. Yes. Comrade Leader, thanks for your sincere, passionate, and courageous advocacy. I am always encouraged and inspired as I see you engaging Jamaicans of all walks of life, listening to their fears, their hopes, and their aspirations. You have been faithful to them, and I have no doubt that when the time comes, they will be faithful to you. To you, Madam Speaker, and I am primarily speaking about the regular speaker, and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, I want to thank you for your guidance and your collegiality. To Madam Clerk, to the Houses of Parliament and the other members of staff here in Parliament, I also want to thank you for your continued technical advice and support. Let me also place on record appreciation for the support given to me by my husband and my sons. Then there is the extended family, sisters and brothers from another mother, who I shan't name today, but they know themselves. On those moments when I am obliged, as every sane person must, to question my sanity, and when my energies wane, you have been the wind beneath my sail. Today, I speak briefly to the shared vision of the constituency in having every child empowered with literacy and numeracy skills, every youth with skills for the careers of their choice, and every citizen confident in his or her abilities and proud of their Jamaicanness. And yes, as I said 5 years ago, we are building a model constituency in Southwest St. Andrew, where everyone feels safe to live, work, do business, play, and raise families. We are not there yet, but that's what we are building. We are aiming for. Yes, Madam Speaker, that is indeed the dream of the vast majority of our neighbors in Southwest St. Andrew. And yes, many are able to achieve that dream. But times are hard. Rain a fall, but the dirty tough. Tough bad. And when you're doing all that you can to keep your head above water, and there are times when your government finds every opportunity to blame you for everything that goes wrong, it's not nice at all. And let me also state that too often we find ourselves plagued by these periods of insecurity and fear, as I alluded to at the start. Too often, our address on our resume guarantees that we are never called. Too often, how we are treated by others, and unfortunately by some agents of the state, remind us forcefully that we live in a country where there are two Jamaicas. For any of us who would have wanted to pretend that what I'm saying is not true, COVID jerked us into unmasking the hypocrisy, and I'm hoping that we do not lose the opportunity to address the issues of inequality and inequity in our society. We see it in our schools and the performance of our students. We see it in our healthcare system, where the lack of soap and water could be responsible for almost 100 babies dying since last December. And I know nothing, because no one is held responsible. We see it in the provision of water across the island. We see it in the need of too many Jamaicans who believe that the road to success and getting somewhere in life lies in bleaching their skin. Madam Speaker, on Tuesday, November 24th, 2020, almost 2 full years ago, I tabled a motion here in this House for the establishment of a National Oversight Committee to monitor the distribution of state resources and benefits in a fair and equitable manner to ensure fairness, equity, and transparency. This committee would have looked at programs like PATH, but not just about registration and financial benefits, also about what's happening in the Ministry of Education in terms of programs that are there, health and healthcare, recruitment for some of the other programs for at-risk youths, and so on, whether it is through JDF, JCF, and many other government entities. I stand here disappointed but not surprised that the resolution has not been placed for discussion in the 2 years that it has languished before the House. 2 years, 2 full years. Is there an indifference to the plight of Jamaicans who reside in certain constituencies? Or has the motion been sidelined because it will be too embarrassing for the government to take these steps towards equity, transparency, disclosure, and fairness? Honestly, I don't know what other conclusions I could arrive at. But I leave it there for those who have eyes to see and ears to hear. Madam Speaker, by now you know that I'm not one of those newly elected MPs who would stand before the House and pretend that nothing has been done in the last 40 years in the constituency I have the honor to represent. I fully recognize that I stand on the shoulders of one of the greatest and most loved member of Parliament Jamaica has ever known, the Most Honorable Portia Simpson Miller. I am well aware of the vast improvement in the prevailing conditions in Southwest St. Andrew. She was clear, very clear in her mind, that she had to leave the constituency far better than she found it. And that she did. The Most Honorable Portia Simpson Miller often reminded us that education was the key to our success. She was as clear as Nelson Mandela was, that education, and I quote, education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. And her spending in education reflected just that. By providing books or teaching aids, through tuition fees for tertiary students or high school students, significant resources for infrastructural development of basic schools, primary schools, and our high school, Haile Selassie. As a great believer in the power of education and a product of that, this has been another area of priority for Southwest St. Andrew. Many other members of Parliament have made a call for an increase to the Constituency Development Fund. I have not had any discussions or agreements with the Minister of Finance or any other power broker. But I am mindful that Southwest St. Andrew is one of those constituencies of which the Minister of National Security often speaks, and which he has identified as part of that southern band of Kingston and St. Andrew. And that band has been plagued with violence over the years, for decades. I am sure that even Minister Chang himself would agree with me that education would, of necessity, need to get an injection to give us a greater possibility to break free. For the past 5 years, for the past 5 years, we have been able to assist approximately 800 students each year with school fees, books, uniforms, and other supplies. This has been of tremendous assistance to them, but honestly, I know that there is still a largely unfulfilled void. It is. Generally speaking, the government has not encouraged MPs to pay school fees from these funds, generally speaking. So much so, listen, you were doing well earlier. So much so that the special support and academic assistance could not be applied to school fees. But what is the reality our children face? What is the reality that they face? We know that school fees are not mandatory. We know that. But we also know that there are several schools who use all kinds of creative means to pressure the students. Now, can you imagine?
Members, please allow the member on her feet to speak and complete her presentation. She has 30 minutes, which she's making every effort to use wisely.
Thank you,
Allow her to speak.
Can you imagine being placed under the trees out in the yard because you haven't paid your school fees? You know what's going to happen? Little Stacy is going to feel embarrassed. She doesn't want to be called out in that kind of a way. What's her recourse? Don't go to school or hound her parents until they pay the fees. But walk with me now, because her parents are stressed, because they're finding it difficult to put food on the table. So some rice and gravy, or some crackers and tea, or some ramen noodles. They too are feeling the pressure at work, long hours, low wages, inflation sky high. So you know she doesn't have the patience to deal with this conversation. So she draws for her belt to keep the child quiet. That's no way to live. And it's just a matter of time till pressure busts pipe. And we pay the price later. The truth is, I've also had the discussion with principals, many of whom have been very cooperative. Some even indicate to me what's that nominal amount that could be paid to allow the child to keep their dignity and come into class. But the truth is that the schools themselves require these funds to do some of the things that they're asked to do. The Ministry of Education needs to have a realistic conversation with principals about these issues. And frank, yes. Because at the same time, schools cannot operate on thin air. They need funds for their operations. And we must bear in mind that those schools that are likely to collect less fees from parents are the same ones most in need of the funds, as they may not have parents or alums who can help financially. That is the reality. Madam Speaker, in years gone by, we would have been able to assist our schools, including our basic schools, with infrastructure needs. That's not possible anymore. And the basic schools tell me that they are also now unable to get funds from Chase for this purpose, especially if they are not government-aided institutions. Again, Madam Speaker, where is the priority to ensure that more of our basic schools and early childhood centers are scoring better or doing better? Bear in mind that the most recent report from the ECC is that only 27% of our early childhood institutions in St. Andrew scored 70% or above. That does not bode well for the future. Madam Speaker, I pause for a moment to pay tribute to the hardest set of principals and teachers that I know. They routinely go beyond the call of duty, talk about creativity and innovation, talk about looking out for the well-being and the welfare of their students. I will not spend time enumerating some serious yet fundamental gaps that need to be addressed. I will not talk about the roof of Haile Selassie High School that needs fixing. I will not the canteen at Tavares Primary that is now in need of serious repairs. I will not talk about the need for connectivity at Whitfield Primary. And I won't talk about the need of the ancillary staff at Coburn Gardens for just a little place to shelter and sit throughout the day. And oh yes, I will not talk about the need for St. Peter Claver to be part of that Safe School program so that the children can feel safe walking to school. I know that these issues are well documented by them and form part of their school improvement plan. What I will say, though, to the current Minister of Education is that we will be requesting a meeting with her, with the leadership of our schools, just as I did with a previous minister, to ensure that these issues do not go unattended. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about something that I hold very dear. As a parent, I struggled with the incoherence of policies I saw coming from our schools. For a good 2 years, I struggled with my youngest son, encouraging him to keep his hair almost bald to satisfy his teachers and administrators at school. Truth is, he didn't like his hair too high anyway. But it seems that each teacher had a different idea of the length that was appropriate. And heaven forbid if his kinky hair couldn't be brushed straight. Finally, he accused me, Madam Speaker, of being a hypocrite, because he knew I had seen other boys of other races at his school with much longer straight hair that didn't bother the teachers. I was forced to do some critical self-reflection and confront what this meant for my black son to be told that his natural hair wasn't appropriate. I was reminded of my year as a teacher at a prominent high school in Kingston, and the day the principal called me to her office to reprimand me for wearing braids to school as a teacher. Honestly, I was taken aback. This was 1986, for heaven's sake, and this was Jamaica. And in any case, I had come to the interview for the position with braids in my hair. I was very nicely told that I was setting a bad example and that the girls would believe it was appropriate for them to wear braids as well. Needless to say, the meeting did not end well. I left that meeting making it very clear that there were more important issues to monitor than our natural kinky coils. I was also forced, because of this experience, Madam Speaker, and my son's courageous discussion with me, to reflect on my own personal journey and how in the 1970s I took the conscious decision of going natural, influenced by my full acceptance of my blackness and my negritude. I openly accepted that going natural was not just a hairstyle, but that it was an important part of my expression of pride in who I was as a descendant of enslaved people. Madam Speaker, it is that same dissonance, that same consciousness of who I am and the experience of others who look just like me and their experience that has led me to raise a matter I've raised here before in this chamber. The issue of a coherent grooming and dress policy in schools and clear guidelines from the Ministry of Education. I have had this conversation with the Minister of Education, so I know that she's aware of where I stand. I believe that now is the time, 60 years after independence, for us to join more progressive jurisdictions like Anguilla as a predominantly black nation, as the Minister of Education of Anguilla said. We must move to celebrate the acceptance of our racial and cultural uniqueness. Can you imagine an environment where braids, locks, twists, weaves, cornrows, and other extensions may be worn by girls, and locks, twists, and afros, cornrows are permitted for boys, with no need to request exemptions on religious grounds? This is the policy of the Ministry of Education in Anguilla. I believe that as members in this House, surely we must acknowledge the hypocrisy of bringing a motion to this Parliament to change our dress code for Parliament and other government buildings while leaving intact in our schools customs fashioned from an ingrained colonial perspective. Time come to restore the confidence of our black children, that they will know that they are enough, that their hair in its natural state is good hair. Is good hair. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to announce today that Majestic Gardens Infant School, right? They're coming to that. It's actually part of the pilot project of Marcus Garvey in School project. And it's a wonderful project that exposes our children to the teachings of the Right Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey at age 5, to help promote a positive self-image. Starting at this early age is important to exposing our children to their history and stimulating that innate knowledge as children of color. How ironic, then, is it that we have started this project with our 5-year-olds while clinging to some outdated colonial notion of proper grooming? So I make the call, Madam Speaker, for a policy from the Ministry of Education that guides us.
Madam Speaker, the member's time for speaking is expired. I beg to move that she be offered the traditional 5 minutes to complete her presentation. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
It started in here, so it can't stop.
Gone by the morning.
Speaker, you have exactly 5 minutes. When I bang this gavel, at 5 minutes, if you are not finished, you would be required to sit. The question is that the member be allowed exactly 5 minutes more to complete her presentation. Those in favor? Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the 5 minutes that you have grudgingly afforded. I will attempt to complete. Madam Speaker, in 2017, when I became MP, there was a national unattached youth program in collaboration with Heart NTA being done in collaboration with the members of parliament. We had 3 cycles, and then we also had a job certification program for customer engagement, public area attendant, guest room attendant, and so on. We were able with consultations to identify areas of interest and demand. To be honest, we struggled with attendance because every time a program started, the community seemed settled. It's like Satan pushed a button, and the violence reared its ugly head. Students became fearful, and the numbers fell. We were able, however, to achieve about 50% completion with significantly higher rates for beauty therapy and commercial driving and the job certification programs. From this experience, I want to suggest that the program could benefit from greater support for social workers and easy access to services like PATH and others. I must send a shout out to the ladies at my office. They became counselors. They made calls to other agencies. They kept the babies to allow the mothers to do the exams. They loaned them monies to buy diapers or baby feeding. They spoke to the mothers or the boyfriends to ensure that the student could complete the program. I know the number of interventions because I was called upon to do several when they felt that their efforts were not enough. Far more thought, I believe, needs to be put into the additional support services needed to help keep our students on the second chance on the journey. Madam Speaker, all that I've just said would not surprise you to hear that most of them are still without a hard certificate and have given up making the request. It is my experience that with the changes in attitude, in self-worth, in self-confidence, and the academic performance of over 500 participants in these programs that influenced my questions to the Minister about the future of similar programs. As usual, there has been no reply. Madam Speaker, I believe every citizen has a responsibility to dispose of their garbage properly. But I am just as clear that more trucks are needed. It's impossible to keep our communities clean if the resources are not sufficient to do so. The government does not get to blame the people without also taking responsibility for the decision it makes about the resources that are spent. Madam Speaker, allow me to just talk about a couple of things that I believe need to happen. East Avenue. When the pipeline was going on Spanish Town Road, the NWA turned East Avenue into one way, going north from Marcus Garvey Drive to Maxfield Avenue. The community has been patient. Up to now, there has been no change, and it is a significant inconvenience for them in their community. The Oakland Drive. Oakland Drive became a diversion for traffic going south to Marcus Garvey Drive. A road that was in relatively good condition is now in a state of disrepair, and the minister needs to include it in their repair program. And finally, Madam Speaker, in mid-October, I was invited by Greenwich Primary School to an activity welcoming the past student, Ambassador Nick Perry. I know it's customary when you have visitors to put on the best show that you could, but I could not help but wish for them in my greeting, both the ambassador and the minister, a regular day at Greenwich Primary School. Those who were parents didn't have to ask me what a regular day meant. My ancestors heard my prayer and obliged, as cesspool trucks made their way down to the sewage site, emptied their contents. The stench was bad. Even after I left, I heard it got worse. 2 days later, the issue of the stench and how it affects the community and the school was in the newspapers from the journalists who were at the event. The NWC, 2 days later after that, sent me a work plan to start in November of things they could do to remedy the situation. And a few days after that, still yet, Minister Samuda gave me a call. And he said to me that he's on his way to the site to take a look. I really had left the community and I told him I couldn't make it. But when I thought about it, I decided to go. Madam Speaker, we have been at this point before, but I have taken in good faith the commitments made by Minister Samuda, because I was in fact impressed that when we got to the site, we actually had material on site that was ready to begin the works that he had spoken of. Now, many might think that I am naive, but I am. Madam Speaker, another minute, with your permission.
I actually gave you an extra minute without disturbing you.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the need. No, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the need for us to maintain the discipline that we have been so correctly embracing and upholding. And you know, Madam Speaker, it is the correct thing that we're doing by starting the House at 2 p.m. promptly and by making the necessary adjustments to enable members to adequately express the views of their constituencies within the time constraints that are possible. And I know that sometimes it is not very easy, but I would like to suggest that members do respect the timelines that are established and that we stick to it as religiously as is possible. So, Madam Speaker, I now ask that you invite the member from St. Catherine Northeast
Madam Speaker,
to make her presentation.
Madam Speaker, may I? I acknowledge that we recently amended the standing orders to give effect to this new provision, but these debates have been going on for some time now. And to be fair, Madam Speaker, I have counted on my list colleagues who have spoken even up to 1 hour in these debates. And I'm just going to suggest to the leader, now that we have this new regime, the debate ends tomorrow. So the same leniency that was given to those speakers who breached the 15 minutes. Yes, you weren't here, but I have noted, and they have it noted. Madam Speaker, we have 2 days to go. We have 6 speakers. May I suggest that we give the member from Southwest St. Andrew a further 10 minutes to complete her presentation.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I think that is not in the best spirit of the decision that we took. Madam Speaker, it is true that we had 15 minutes allocated, and members prevailed on us to change and to extend the 15 minutes to half an hour, which we have done in good faith and with the expectations that the discipline that we are trying to maintain in this House will be preserved in this regard. The member who spoke before, who is a minister, she spoke for exactly half an hour, and we were not even required to add the additional 5 minutes, which we do by courtesy. And I think that in all fairness, the member understood that she was getting 5 minutes more, and so she would have completed her presentation within that time. Madam Speaker, the opposition leader of the House indicated that his proposal was for 10 minutes. If indeed the member had even suggested, as the member from Southwest St. Andrew has said, she needs 1 minute. You know, we could even relent on that. But, Madam Speaker, I think that it is in the best spirit of the tradition that we are now seeking to preserve, of discipline and maintaining the timelines, that we ask the member from St. Catherine Eastern to make her presentation. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
We now invite the member from St. Catherine Eastern to continue the debate.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the leader of government business, when he stood up and spoke just now, indicated that the leader of opposition business had indicated that the member from Southwest St. Andrew needed 10 minutes. I signaled to him at that time that I did not need 10 minutes. In fact, I am wrapping up, and another 2 minutes is all that I need to complete the thought that I was making. I prevail upon you and the leader of government business, Madam Speaker.
Member from Southwest St. Andrew, I will let you know I was actually speaker and sitting in the chair the last time you were allowed to speak until your conclusion. And I'm sure it informed having persons being very respectful of the time limit given. So I knew you were wrapping up, and that's why I gave some additional time and listened to your presentation to allow you time to just wrap up. However, in the spirit for all members, both on the government side and those on the opposition side, to appreciate that 15 minutes being moved to allow for 20 additional minutes, which means you have 35 minutes to complete your presentation. You are going to be held to 35 minutes. Thank you, member. May the member with the member from St. Catherine Eastern commence your presentation.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. That's okay.
Oh, boy.
Jamaicans are watching. Just
I'm very happy that I'm going to start with a very good Bible verse before I do my presentation. Micah 6 verse 8 tells us, "He has shown you, O mortal, what is good and what the Lord has required of you, to act justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God." Madam Speaker, I am privileged to be in this honorable House to inform my colleagues, members, and the public about current and upcoming events in St. Catherine Eastern. I thank God for giving me health and strength to carry out my responsibilities as a Member of Parliament. Madam Speaker, I am grateful for the persons who have been a tower of strength to me over the years. I speak of my family, my councillors, Councillor Lewis, Keisha Lewis, Councillor Norman Scott, Councillor Enos Lawrence, Councillor Donovan Guy. My executive team, my staff, Ms. Sinclair, and my former secretary, Ms. Charisse, my driver, Dave, and my 2 security details, Tenant and Walker. They have stand with me in good times and bad. I thank all my constituents, and I mean all my constituents of St. Catherine Eastern, who continue to be the wind beneath my wings and the reason why I am here. It is my solemn promise that I will continue to lobby and work on your behalf with integrity, accountability, and transparency. Madam Speaker, I thank the Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Mark Golding, for the support he has given me in my constituency. I acknowledge with respect my colleague on both sides, even though at times some of us do not see eye to eye. I appreciate the debates and in so many cases the friendship. My sincere thanks to the staff of the Houses of Parliament for always carrying out your duties in a gracious and professional way. And to you, Madam Speaker, and I'm sorry the other Madam Speaker is not here, for her exemplary leadership of this House. Madam Speaker, as political representatives, we must be the agent of change. Change is constant. It is inevitable. As things and circumstances change, we must adapt. Our failure to accept and adapt can stall our progress. As we adapt to the rapid changes that come at us, we must be mindful about why and on whose behalf we are here in this honorable House. I am acutely aware that the choices and changes I make in St. Catherine Eastern must be in the best interest of the people I so proudly represent. Madam Speaker, I wish to place on record that these yearly constituency debates are useless if the recommendations we put forward are ignored. They are useless if the major improvements we request are ignored. And too often, new developments are confined to constituencies of the well-connected. We need to see more support in a fair and equitable way for the recommendations put forward by each member. Madam Speaker, we come here yearly to report on CDF, a very important lifeline to our constituencies. The use of the CDF is confined, Madam Speaker, to specific demands and projects with strict guidelines. Our constituencies need development and a project that over the minimum of a long term can lift our people out of poverty and set them on the right path to make life for them and their families much easier. Our allocation from the CDF, Madam Speaker, is woefully inadequate to support the high demand and many requests for projects in my constituency. Madam Speaker, that said, I am grateful for the CDF allocation. It has been used for education, housing, sports, economic enablement, and welfare. Madam Speaker, as you know, when you represent people, perception can create challenges. Many people feel that the CDF is there to provide funeral grants. While we have a small amount of funds for welfare, there are no funds allocated, Madam Speaker, and it must be clear in this Parliament, for funeral grants. And Madam Speaker, why I'm saying that, my constituency in Eastern St. Catherine on a daily basis is at me for funeral grants. While I try my very best, it is very, very difficult. Madam Speaker, perhaps the Minister of Social Security can do more to help the poor and destitute with burying their dead in a dignified way. Madam Speaker, education is important in transforming communities. $8 million, $5 million from my CDF, and $3 million from the $9 million allocated by the Prime Minister's office was spent on education program. This, Madam Speaker, enabled me to assist over 1,000 students for back to school. Madam Speaker, when it comes to welfare, the need is great. I am happy to report that with the help of close friends, donors, and the CDF allocation, I was able to distribute over 250 food packages to the elderly, the shut-ins, and the very, very needy across the constituency on a monthly basis. And Madam Speaker, when I say a monthly basis, it has nothing to do with the COVID allocation or the special allocations that I have been getting. Madam Speaker, we continue to promote sports development and assist sporting activities in various communities. We have been working closely with the St. Catherine Football Association. I would like to thank Mistress Elaine Walker-Brown, the president of the St. Catherine FA, who has been using sport as a medium to unite my constituency. Madam Speaker, I now turn to the allocation received from the various government ministries and agencies. Ministry of Tourism. The constituency received $3 million from Tourism Enhancement Fund. It is being used to complete, Madam Speaker, the De La Vega City football field. The work includes a permit of fencing, lighting, installation of seats, to facilitate our spectators. This will increase community activities and engagement. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Agriculture, we receive $1 million and 60 bags of fertilizers to assist our farmers. And Madam Speaker, I want to just pause here to say that when it suits us, we said that the constituency is urban. And when it suits us, we say it is rural. So I'm going to put it on record that it's an urban-rural constituency.
So you should get both allocations. Eh?
So both allocations must come to me. Madam Speaker, we received $1.5 million to assist with the welfare needs of my constituents. We received 40 farm work tickets. And hear this now, Madam Speaker. From the 40 farm work tickets that were allocated, and they said we don't have farmers, 32 were successful and is now on the program. The National Works Agency, $1 million was allocated to clean drain. Madam Speaker, I am wondering if it is to clean a gutter or drains. But I will say, because it was specified drain, I will repeat what was said to me. And debushing. Madam Speaker, the constituency also received an allocation from the Ministry of Works that assisted with the completion of road in Windsor Heights from Compound, Cajun Corner to Browns Lane. That work had began 2 years ago, and Madam Speaker, we were able to complete it. We were able to do some work on the Sligoville Road. Much more is needed, but I still give God thanks and praise and thank the Minister for his intervention. 300 individuals benefited from the COVID economic grant through the Ministry of Finance. Madam Speaker, I see the Minister here from Science and Technology. Madam Speaker, through the Universal Service Fund, we were able to provide free Wi-Fi in 2 communities. And we have another 2 to go. We are eager, Madam Speaker, to get the other 2 communities of Trial Heights and Larriston Division to be connected. Madam Speaker, with the installation of community Wi-Fi, students have full access and are now able to enhance their educational experiences. The Ministry of Education, I don't know if I see the Minister, but Madam Minister, I am still waiting on the long overdue. I was told the other day that if I did not get the names, I would get nothing at all. And I hastily got the names. And up until now, the tablets are not in the hands of the recipients. Madam Speaker, several roads were resurfaced through my Christmas allocation and through the 60th anniversary program. They include Port Henderson Road, Windsor, and Larriston. I am very proud for our work to remove zinc fence, and that came again from the Tourism Enhancement Fund. Not that I get it, no, it's because I save it. You get it too, and I get it, but I save it because I wanted it to do something worthwhile. So, Madam Speaker, we were able to remove some unsightly zinc fences, and this really uplifted the communities. Madam Speaker, we have a few more projects, and we are still working on them. Madam Speaker, I want to point out now the serious challenges we face in the constituency. First of all, the poor drainage system in Spanish Town. Burke Road, to be exact. Those Spanish Town has outgrown the drainage system there, Madam Speaker. And you, Madam Speaker, should know a little about that because you are from Spanish Town too. Spanish Town needs to be reconstructed. Madam Speaker, I do hope you take note to give me back my time because I'm not going to sit here very easily. Well, she will hear me on time. We have a serious problem, especially on the parochial roads, Madam Speaker. And, Madam Speaker, if we are going to be very, very honest, we will realize that these parochial roads, there is no way that the municipalities can deal with the parochial roads that we have exist in our various constituencies in totality, because it is too much. Madam Speaker, I come to know garbage collection, garbage disposal. Madam Speaker, Jamaica dirty. Dirty. Dirty Jamaica. It is a sad case, Madam Speaker. We used to say mini dumps, but it's no longer mini dumps. There are big dumps all over Jamaica. And that has, Madam Speaker, there is nothing. And I'm wondering, Madam Speaker, if we are waiting on the 50 trucks, because honestly speaking, Madam Speaker, I could take some hand carts now to move some of the garbage if I cannot get the rubbish truck. Because it is not only unsightly, but also it is going to create serious epidemic in this country. Madam Speaker, it makes no sense to talk about it, but I still need to talk. Because I have never seen anything so hard to deal with and to get done. If we can't collect garbage, how are we going to build houses, give people? Huh? How are we going to build big houses, give people, and take them off a gully bank if we can't even collect them garbage? And Madam Speaker, to speak about that, I did say I wasn't going to speak about that today. But, no, you don't worry about me. I want to say that some of these communities was quite comfortable in their little poor corner until no garbage is being picked up on the gullies and the drains stop cleaning. That is what caused them to be in the condition they are in now. Well, let me get back to the script before I forget what I want to say. Madam Speaker, over that side, Madam Speaker, while I have roads, water problem, light problem, almost every problem you can think of in my constituency, I am not in a position. And unemployment. No, let me talk about unemployment because the minister often there. I took my people, Madam Speaker, overnight because I was told that they're going on ship program. And I took bus because the areas that they put them in was very vulnerable for even me. But I took the risk of taking my people overnight. And, Madam Speaker, when we reached there and they finished interviewing certain people, they said computer breakdown, They say COVID take 2 of the members. And Madam Speaker, up until now, I do not get out not one. And Madam Speaker, what is worse, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, I spoke to my constituents, especially young ones, and said, this is a wonderful program. Now they are saying I'm a con woman because I condemn. Madam Speaker, this is serious. They are wondering if it's a 3-card game I play on them. And Madam Speaker, they heard in the week gone how many thousands from your side gone away. And they are wondering what happened to us. Madam Speaker, this have to stop. Madam Speaker, I must say again, over that side, I hear about the millions and the billions that have been spent, and I am wondering how when I'm going to get some thousands over this side. Madam Speaker, the disparity, we'll take the thousands, not the million and the billion. Madam Speaker, the disparity in spending is shameful and is a clear indication that there is no equity in the allocation of the people's money. Madam Speaker, we all have the same demand in our constituencies, and our constituencies deserve equal attention and equitable treatment from their government. So now, Madam Speaker, I am calling on the Prime Minister, which I know we will understand, and the Minister of Finance, where I think will understand, to ensure equity and proper distribution must be given to the various to all constituencies. Constituency, Madam Speaker, should not be left to the whims. Constituencies should not be left to the whims and fancy and mercy of ministers. Madam Speaker, take for instance, I come in here and I talk about a minister's behavior. And I talk not about his personal behavior, but government behavior where you have. And because him don't like it, we can't call him and beg him nothing. I am not supposed to be begging anything for my constituency. I am not supposed to feel intimidated because I talk about your behavior and your performance. And Madam Speaker, if we are honest in our heart, kisses go by favors, and it must stop. Time come. The government is responsible for all the people, no matter if the constituency is JLP, PMP, or no P at all. They are Jamaicans. You might give me man. They are Jamaicans and should be guaranteed the best outcomes from their government. Madam Speaker, the time has come for us to put in place a proper funding and execution plan to support growth and development in each constituency.
Time come.
For too long, we have been operating in an haphazard way.
That's it.
time come for each member of parliament to put forward a plan to be executed within their constituency for each term in office. People not supposed to be voting for anybody, and you can't tell them what you're going to do within a period of time. And that is why we need to make sure that part of this mandate must that you tell the people what you are going to do for them.
Equity.
The plan must be approved by a bipartisan committee and funded by the government. This, Madam Speaker, can be done at the local level as well. With this type of planning, the citizens will be aware and know what to expect when a representative is elected in office. While circumstances, Madam Speaker, may cause a delay of projects, the citizens will be able to see and judge our work and have confidence in us as their representatives. For too long, we have been hearing nothing now go on. Madam Speaker, it is true that for many Jamaicans, nothing now go on. We have to change that perception and reality and hold true to the commitments we made to our people. This, Madam Speaker, can only be done with a comprehensive plan for our constituencies. Madam Speaker, I would not end my presentation without briefly touching on two topics that are very dear to my heart: crime and violence, especially against women and children, and this scant regard for heritage sites and artifacts. That's why we're behaving like that in this country, because we don't know even where we're coming from. Crime and violence are spiraling out of control. Everyone in this country has been touched in some way by the violence and the lack of regard for life. The Minister of National Security needs, Madam Speaker, to put in place now. Put in place, we're not talking about what you're going to do. Put in place a comprehensive crime plan to fight this monster that is plaguing our country. People don't want to come home no more, they're afraid. In this beautiful Jamaica land, a land of beauty is under cloud, sprayed red with the blood of so many innocent lives. My heart bleeds for the families whose lives have been shattered by evil and hate. As we mourn the deaths of so many, we must resolve to find the will to bring the criminals to justice, stem the bloodshed, and find longer-term measures to reduce violence and crime. And we have to start back in the home, because not every mother is a mother, and it's not every father is a father. So the state have a responsibility to make sure when that is lacking, they step in and make sure that these children don't grow up and become a menace to society. Madam Speaker, we must free our people from fear. Madam Speaker, I believe the way we treat our heritage sites too and our artifacts is a poor reflection on us. We have shown no urgency towards preserving and protecting our historical sites and artifacts in my constituency and Jamaica at large. Madam Speaker, my constituency is rich with heritage, legacy, historical sites, but because we do not want to do no work, no hard work, we keep saying about heritage trust. Every time you want to touch something you hear, it's heritage trust. Heritage trust don't have any money, they don't have the means, they don't have the staff, so therefore, what is going to happen? Madam Speaker, can you imagine if these historic sites in St. Catherine Eastern were restored? Just imagine with me for a moment the economic benefits, and here you're going to talk about crime in Spanish Town. When place develop criminal runway, because criminals don't love too much order. So if you organize the place, you will be able to get the result.
Madam Speaker, in keeping with the tradition and the understanding, the member's time having expired, I beg to move that she be given 5 minutes to complete her presentation. May I please, Madam Speaker?
The question is that the member be given 5 minutes to complete her presentation. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
And Madam Speaker, I am certain that there are some people over there who would want you to give me enough time to finish. Madam Speaker, can you imagine? Just imagine, Madam Speaker, the amount of resources, economic benefits, and educational values it would bring to the surrounding communities, Spanish Town and Jamaica in general. If we do not take swift action, very soon we will lose some of our major historical treasures. Madam Speaker, as we continue to celebrate our 60th anniversary, time comes for us to honor our past and preserve our history. Time comes for historic sites to be restored. Time comes to showcase the important role of our history and the development of our country. Time comes to teach our younger generation about the bold men and women who took risk and made sacrifices to build the mighty Liquor Island. Madam Speaker, our national hero, Marcus Garvey, wrote that a people without roots, without knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without root. Let Jamaica grow our roots. Madam Speaker, our job in this chamber is to represent our people and to give them hope of a better life. The government has a duty to improve the lives of the people and give them hope that their best days are ahead, not behind them. Too many of our people have lost hope and have no faith that the government has their back. We have to restore hope. As Emily Dickinson said, hope is the thing with feathers that perch in the soul and sings the tune without the words and never stop at all. Hope will sustain us when the times are tough. Hope and faith will give us the drive to go on even when things look impossible. Jamaica needs to feel that hope again. They are yearning for leadership and support that will build stronger families, stronger communities, and more prosperous Jamaica. May Jamaica bless this beautiful, beautiful country, land we love. God bless you.
House Leader.
Beautiful.
Madam Speaker, that indeed was a very spirited presentation by the member from St. Catherine Eastern. Very, very substantial and spirited. Madam Speaker, in response, I dare say, member. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I'd just like to indicate to the member from St. Catherine Eastern, as to all members, that the cruise lines have had issues in relation to medical arrangements and a few other glitches. However, the program will begin in earnest during this month of November and into December. So you can look forward to hearing from the cruise lines directly to the number of persons who were interviewed. Several, I'm told, did not quite make it because of one reason or another. However, However, much in excess, I am advised, right, of over nearly 2,000 persons overall are going to be actually employed over the next 2 months. So you could look forward to that in the next 2 months. Just wanted to know, in fact, while the member was speaking, if you notice I was on the phone a little bit, talking to find out exactly what the status was so that I could respond to you, so that you could save yourself from the thought, even the thought, of not being accurately representing the best interests of your constituents. So I wanted to make sure of that. May it please you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the debate be suspended until tomorrow at 2 p.m. when
Madam, in light of the comments made by the House Leader and Minister of Tourism, very, very important information is worth sharing. I would just suggest that in as much as the members of Parliament were asked to submit a list of persons who went in, it would be useful if you get a list of those who have been approved to go on the, as you indicated just now. No, not now.
No, well, yes, but I mean, I could ask, but in fairness, as you know, we were only interlocutors. We don't do recruiting, nor do we interview, so you know, what we did was through our MPs to recommend, and so therefore I have asked that a list be said of those who have been successful by constituency, and hopefully we can get it, yes, at a later date for you. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the agenda be revisited and for a recommittal of items starting from statement by ministers. And so, Madam Speaker, if it pleases you, I will then ask the Minister of Health to make the statement that is intended for today.
So the first question for the House is that the debates be suspended to continue tomorrow. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The second is for us to recommit, starting from where we left off, statement by ministers. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The Minister of Health and Wellness, Dr. Christopher Tufton, will now give two separate statements in the section statement by ministers. Minister Tufton, please be reminded we are very strict with the rules as it relates to time. You will have 20 minutes to complete each statement by minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Just a reminder, it is actually 12 minutes.
12 minutes is the standing order. House Leader asked for 12 minutes is the standing order. So we will give you, First Minister, the 12 minutes required. And if the House Leader requests it of the House, the additional 5 minutes. We had a discussion prior, and I will equally remind the opposition, you have exactly 5 minutes for the individual who is the opposition spokesperson on health, Dr. Guy, who will speak, or anybody else who is so elected to do.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will seek to adhere to the rules of this Honourable House. Madam Speaker, I wish to use this opportunity to update this Honourable House and the members of the public on matters relating to the discovery of a cluster of Klebsiella pneumoniae infection at the Victoria Jubilee Hospital, VGH, as the Ministry of Health and Wellness continues, Madam Speaker, to manage this situation. Madam Speaker, I begin today with my expression officially, I've done it before, but officially in this House, of condolences to the family and loved ones of the babies who died as a result of this particular infection, this bacterial infection. Madam Speaker, the loss of lives is both sad and unfortunate, and I just want to reiterate that it should never be downplayed, should not be trivialized, and I have attempted at all times over the past 7 years or so as minister not to politicize the issues around health care. And I want to just reiterate that, Madam Speaker. I also want to recognize, Madam Speaker, the health team at the Victoria Jubilee Hospital for their ongoing efforts to complete remediation measures at the hospital following the cluster of cases. I really want to commend the staff in Sarah and at the institution who have done a very good job to bring the situation under control. Madam Speaker, Klebsiella pneumoniae is a bacteria that is responsible for a significant proportion of hospital-acquired infections, including pneumonia and soft tissue infections, especially in immunocompromised individuals such as newborn children, neonates. Madam Speaker, in recent years, there has been an increase globally in the incidence of outbreaks caused by multi-drug resistant Klebsiella pneumoniae. The multi-drug resistant is associated, of this bacteria, is associated with increased morbidity and mortality among newborn children. To mitigate the impact of this particular bacteria, Madam Speaker, healthcare facilities must adhere to strict infection control and prevention, IPC guidelines, including attention to staff to patient ratios, the spacing between cuts, and effective hand washing and judicious usage of antimicrobials in order to reduce the morbidity associated with the infection. Madam Speaker, in terms of the chronology of events, given that this issue has been ventilated on several platforms over the past week or so, in July 2022, the Southeast Regional Health Authority, SARA, discovered a bacterial infection at the Victoria Jubilee Hospital in the neonatal intensive care unit, triggering an immediate investigation and the notification of the Ministry of Health and Wellness. The investigation revealed high patient-to-staff ratio and non-conformance with some IPC measures. A plan was subsequently developed by the team from VGH, together with personnel from SARA, the Kingston and St. Andrew Health Department, the National Public Health Lab, and the IPC team at the Ministry of Health and Wellness to address the issues identified. This plan, Madam Speaker, involved cohorting confirmed and suspected cases while new admissions were made to a separate area, so isolating the affected area, activation of the Emergency Operations Center, EOC, to evaluate the circumstances surrounding the increase in cases and to oversee the relevant interventions for resolution of the situation, increase surveillance activities to identify trends and patterns in incidents on the unit, redeployment of clinical officers to provide support for the unit as the demands increased, preparation of a critical needs list for the urgent procurement of the items to discontinue the reuse of single-use items, coordination of swabbing and urgent deep cleaning activities under the supervision of the local health department, evaluation of routine cleaning protocols and implementation of supervised cleaning and disinfecting activities, and retraining team members in IPC protocols, along with the close direct supervision by the nurse in charge and the IPC team on the unit. Madam Speaker, towards the end of August, I was briefed on the situation at VGH by the team at the Ministry of Health and Wellness. By then, the efforts, I am happy to say, appear to have been working with a decline in the number of deaths. Every death is unfortunate, Madam Speaker, but there was a substantial decline. And there were 2 deaths in August, 2 in September, coming from 7 in July, and there were no deaths in October, Madam Speaker. Out of an abundance of caution, however, I instructed the team to invite the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, with whom we share an ongoing partnership, and asked for them to come in to examine the particular situation or to do a sort of independent assessment as to what may have been the issues, if there are additional issues, and at the same time ask them to look at other institutions, since they were going to be here, Spanish Town and Bustamante in particular. Madam Speaker, I am now awaiting the final report from PAHO. I want to just say, in conclusion, Madam Speaker, that personally and on behalf of the government, I deeply regret the tone of the public discourse at this time and the impact that this is having on the health sector. My own stewardship, Madam Speaker, of which over these 7 years or so I've seen, to my mind, or certainly I've attempted to, shift the narrative in how health is perceived and how we manage the business of health to avoid or certainly to minimize the politicization of health, even while I accept the cut and thrust of the discussion around how decisions are taken and policy-related issues. The team, Madam Speaker, of health professionals have worked hard to keep this country safe, and I believe we owe them a debt of gratitude. I certainly am proud to be a part of that team, and I urge continued support of the people of Jamaica as we strive to realize the best possible health outcomes for all. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, can I now do the second statement?
An additional 12 minutes for your next.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I now take the opportunity to update this honourable House on the emergent...
Madam Speaker, are the two statements connected?
No, separate.
No, but if there are two different statements, Madam Speaker, I believe that in fairness, we need to respond to the first. Yes, so we'll do the first one, Madam Speaker. The member for Central St. Mary will now respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the Minister for giving the statement, albeit a statement which basically has not indicated much to the country. This particular matter, Minister, has caused serious concern, disquiet, and anger in the country. And as you gave the statement here, Minister, we are comparing this with certain utterances you made in the public domain. And in one instance, you heard of the matter in September, another instance in August. Can you clarify exactly when you heard of the matter? I note in your statement that you said that you were briefed by the team from the ministry towards the end of August. This doesn't say whether you were told prior to that, but you were briefed by that team at the end of August. Can we get some clarification in this House as to exactly when you knew of this? For the first time. Minister, as a matter, outbreaks such as these, which have had precedence in other Ministry of Health facilities, dead baby sagas in the past, in 2015, and even in 2016 under your watch, one would have expected that information such as this, which has taken place at a particular premier maternity institution, would have been brought to the attention of the minister in an expeditious way. We note by your statement here today that in the chronology of events, number 2, a plan was developed by the team from Victoria Jubilee, drawn with personnel from SERA, the KSAC Health Department, the National Public Health Lab, and the IPC team from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Now, Minister, I would have expected that if your technocrats held you in high regard, they would have indicated that such was happening at Victoria Jubilee Hospital. Now, the other information that you have given to the country as to why you delayed telling the country that was that you did not want to create panic, and you wanted to bring the matter under control before you released it to the public, to your cabinet colleagues, and to your boss. But by your own statement, Minister, You said you heard when the matter was under control. You indicated here today that you were briefed at the end of August. By the end of August, we had reduced from 7, as you indicated here, to 2. Now, would you not think that at the end of August, the case number having reduced to 2 from 7, that the matter was under control? The vast number of 9 deaths had already passed, unfortunately, and we had decreased by 2 to the end of August, suggesting that it was being brought under control. Don't you think that when you are aware, as you have claimed, and decided to keep the information to yourself, you robbed the pregnant mothers, seized with that information of the outbreak to yourself, you robbed the pregnant mothers of that and the choice to go and deliver elsewhere in other hospitals in the hope that they could have a living baby to take home with them after they have birthed a child. Or even have the option of saying, we know that this is happening at Victoria Jubilee. Can I have my premature baby transferred to a facility such as Bustamante Children's Hospital or University Hospital to get the best care, because this was happening at Victoria Jubilee Hospital? What this would have also done, Madam Speaker, is to give the staff at Victoria Jubilee Hospital a better appreciation of what was happening there, so that the measures that the minister spoke to in here, which is, infection prevention control team that was doing, could have been done at Victoria Jubilee Hospital at an earlier stage. Minister, do you not think that this awareness of this outbreak would have spurred greater and faster action and care, which could have saved the lives of so many others? Certainly, at a least greater caution would have been taken by the staff at admission at the facility. Madam Speaker.
You can truncate.
Yes, I can.
The member will complete his comment to ask questions, which he can now ask questions.
Yes, thank you very much, House Leader. Minister, the ProMac program, which Victoria Jubilee benefited from, which was opened in 2020, didn't have facilities to deal with that. We knew that 16 beds and spaces were created for this scenario, this unfortunate one that has happened. Can you tell us why we failed in that particular regard? The ProMac, with reopening in 2020, for this exact case of infections, the neonatal facility was developed for this. Why did we fail 2 years later? Minister, can you confirm that the number of babies dying at the institution since December 2021 to present date is 95 and 43 from Klebsiella and the rest from multiple resistant bacteria? Can you tell the House Minister when you invited PAHO to come to the country? Can you state when PAHO came and how long the team spent in the country? Will the minister state whether the PAHO report is ready? And will the minister state whether 2 to 3 weeks ago you had a debriefing at the ministry from the PAHO team indicating what was their findings, although the final report is not here yet? Can you also indicate, Minister, why you asked the team to go to Spanish Town? Not simply because they were here, but because there are reports coming out of Spanish Town that there were similar outbreaks at Spanish Town. These are some of the questions we'd like to ask you, Minister, because quite frankly, Minister, the fact that, well, not only that it don't look good, it is a dereliction of your responsibility as custodian of the health and welfare of this country by not telling the country earlier. And the final question, Minister. What made you determine that you alone had custody of this information and behaved in that manner, which, as one senior retired technocrat from your very ministry said, it was an immoral thing to have done? The country is grieving, Minister, and the mothers are grieving. Your colleagues are grieving because there's collective responsibility in the cabinet. And the boss was not told on a timely basis.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank my colleague for those questions. And I appreciate the enthusiasm in which they are being asked, because it is a serious issue. But let me just try to dismiss what could become or create national panic. There is absolutely no outbreak of a similar scenario at Spanish Town Hospital. And up to this morning, I spoke to the SMO there, Dr. James. The team is here with me, and I want to reassure the public that this is not the case. So the question is a resounding no. The issues around the process, Minister or Member, there is a process. You're a medical doctor, and I think you understand and appreciate how the public health system works. If there is an issue at an institution, there is an attempt at addressing that issue. If it needs to be elevated, and normally it is elevated when it goes outside the threshold. Because the truth is, many people may not know, but hospitals are literally a repository for disease. That's where diseases go to be cured. And so the issues around infection, prevention, and control are essential so as not to spread. There are measurements based on data that is collected each year around particular ailments, including outbreaks that takes place in a hospital setting. And an alert is triggered if it exceeds the threshold. So this is not, as unfortunate as it is, the only time we have had an incident of this kind. It's just that for the data year over year, and I think they influenced that threshold change over a period of years. In July, there was a spike in this particular case. And I want to go further for clarity to say it wasn't affecting the entire hospital. It was affecting one unit in a very significant, the most significant pediatric mother and child hospital, not just in Jamaica, but in the Caribbean region. So the real concern was how you dealt with it in that unit, which is a neonatal intensive care unit. The team at the local level, having detected the challenge, elevated it to the region, which is Sarah. Sarah went in, eventually elevating it to the office of the chief medical officer at the ministry, who then visited, and they put that team together as I have just announced. They put the team together to address the situation. Now, you asked the question about giving mothers a chance to make a decision, and that has come up a lot in the narrative. A couple of things I'll say about that. First of all, as I said in my statement, the affected area, as part of the response, was isolated. So persons were removed from one area to another in order to deal with the area that they, in their judgment, their clinical assessment, felt was the affected area, including the persons who were affected. So the risk around new patients was minimized. But I go further, member. There aren't a lot of options in terms of neonatal intensive care units in the country. And it is easy to say we should move and give the option to move from one place to the next. If I gave you the statistics, for example, on Spanish Town Hospital, where we don't have an outbreak, but we definitely have an overcrowding situation, we are well over 100% with mothers and fathers waiting in a chair with their toddler to get admission. That's the reality. Bustamante Hospital for Children, over 100%. We have just announced the opening up of the University Hospital of the West Indies. No, but
with due respect, Minister, that's
yes.
a different matter we're dealing with now. The fact that people are at the hospital awaiting treatment, and for the second statement you're going to make for respiratory problem, mothers and fathers, a totally different thing. The fact, too, that you have made provisions for people to go to University Hospital because of a consequence of overcrowding at Bustamante Hospital for Children in the emergency section is a different matter. We are talking about what has happened at Victoria Jubilee Hospital during that particular period.
And I am making the point and reinforcing the point that unfortunately in our current health infrastructure, it is not an issue that persons have significant options, because there are not many options when it comes to neonatal intensive care unit. So the real issue is to deal with the problem, and deal with the problem as quickly as possible. In this instance, the area was isolated, the patients affected were isolated, so that the work of the institution could be continued. You ask about PROMAC and why it's not being utilized more. Simple answer, we don't have the staff. Remember, you and I have spoken about this privately, publicly. We have a significant challenge in public health when it comes to clinical staff. The ratio, as I have said, for a nurse to a patient in the neonatal intensive care unit ideally should be 1-to-1. It is now 1-to-8 and 1-to-9. Indeed, we can't expand even if we have space to expand, because we don't have the nursing staff to deal with them, which is why we have to embark on a program of training and collaboration to bring in more nurses. So that's the simple answer to that. On the issues of, I dealt with the number of deaths. Member, again, I know you have done some preparation for this discussion. You should be fulsome in the announcement around deaths over a 12-month period. I have the number of deaths here from 2017 to 2022 at the Victoria Jubilee Institution. Now, just for context, and so as not to create panic in the wider society, Victoria Jubilee is the primary birthing institution in the country, and about 6,000 to 8,000 deaths, births per year. Of that number, for all sorts of reasons, there is a mortality rate. The mortality rate for 2017 was 178 of the 6,000 to 8,000. I don't know how many were born. Yeah, the mortality rate. And it goes through around, hovering over between 150 to 180 roughly. Now, I don't have the breakdown as to what are the exact causes of these deaths, but it could be several reasons: premature birth, stillbirth, infection, a range of issues. And this, by the way, is not a statistic that started under this administration. It is, if you look at the trend, it is a trend that cuts right across administrations. And indeed, let me finish, it's almost a normal statistic. As bad as it is, we don't want any babies to die, but there's a mortality rate when it comes to births. The reason why I make this point, can I finish? The reason why I make this point, Madam Speaker, is to advise caution on the part of the member, not to give an impression a false impression that somehow we have had 100 and odd deaths, and those deaths were caused by cases of infections or otherwise, that somehow was being hidden from the public, because that would not be correct. And I think it is, if that is what you're doing, member, it is highly irresponsible to give that impression. Because that will only create panic in the society.
That's a conjecture on your part. I ask a very simple question. Can you confirm the total number of babies dying at the institution since December 2021 to present date has been 95 from infections, 43 from Klebsiella, and the other from multiple bacterial resistance? What is irresponsible about that? It is asking a simple question. And the question is that we need clarification on that. Why is it that we... And further, Minister, you said that there were 7 babies who died from Klebsiella. You forgot to tell the Parliament that 2 more died from another type of bacterial infection in July, bringing that number to 9. Now, Minister... No. Minister, you spoke about the ratios. And yes, ideally those ratios are what are desirable. We have never had a 1 in 1 or a 1 in 2 ever in Jamaica at any of these neonatal dependency units. Never had. That is just an ideal, that's an aspirational number we would like to work towards. But we have never had those numbers ever under any administration. As you have said, the point is, Minister, we had this at Victoria Jubilee in July. We had 9 persons dying. Minister said he heard towards the end of August. But I've asked a question. You were, as your statement said, you were briefed towards the end of August. I asked the question, when did you first hear and when about this outbreak, and when was PAHO invited? And further, there are other questions. Wasn't there a briefing from PAHO 2 to 3 weeks ago? Can you confirm whether that is so at the Ministry of Health and Wellness? You indicated in the statement that there is no final report from PAHO yet. Is there an interim report? Was there a report given at that particular briefing, if it was held, and you can confirm?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, we don't do that here. Madam Speaker, the issues around the breakout of the young ones who have passed for whatever reason at Victoria Jubilee, I don't have the details. But the bigger point I was making to the member is that every year there is a mortality rate. There is no outlier in those 2 years that you have mentioned. It's not like we have had a 150 deaths of the 6,000 or 7,000 births over a period of time, and then all of a sudden it jumps to 300. Just to be very clear, the averages hovers around 150 to about 180, and that has been consistent. So I want it to be clear that we do not give the impression that somehow Victoria Jubilee and the staff and the management there have been silent on some major outlier event or set of events in any particular year. So I think that is the substantial point that I need to make. On the issue of PAHO, Madam Speaker, I maintain the position that I was briefed. Now, I should mention that perhaps part of that briefing delay was the fact that in August I had taken time off. I had traveled on official business for a period of time, and I had taken 10 days off for personal reasons, rest and relaxation. The evidence of that is there. The Honourable Prime Minister is fully aware, was written to in accordance with the rules. And so when I got back, I got the briefing and the conversation from there. I will say too that when that discussion took place, there was in the opinion of the experts a view that the matter was significantly improved. I wouldn't say under full control, but there was significant progress from when the matter was discovered in July. And that was encouraging to me, because what I was most concerned about was that the matter was not being solved. Remember, one of the concerns I have about the line of questioning coming from the opposition, if I may say, with due respect, is that there seems to be more concern about why you did not know what was happening, as opposed to the fact that the problem was solved. And I think my priority as Minister of Health, when these things occur, and they occur frequently, is to solve the problem. And the government acted and acted swiftly. Now, as it relates to consultations with PAHO, yes, I instructed the Permanent Secretary and the team to engage PAHO. And I was not a part of a meeting around the initial engagement. So you ask about a meeting 3 weeks ago. That may have happened with the team, but I don't recall having a meeting with PAHO during that time. I did have a discussion with the country head a week ago, or a little less than a week, few days ago, where a 2-page summary, draft summary of what they felt were the issues based on their examination, with a more comprehensive report to follow. So I have not yet gotten the report, but the 2-page summary, draft summary that I got is very close to what the internal SARA team and the Office of the CMO team identified as issues. The staff ratios, the overcrowding, some issues around cleaning, floor cleaning, utilization of stick-it material that needed not to be used because of the potential of transferring the bacteria, a range of things that needed to be addressed. The good thing is that there was substantial cooperation between what the SARA CMO team found and was addressing and what the PAHO preliminary 2-page report suggested. I did not want to comment on it as yet until I got the full report, which would give me a better understanding to see if there is anything in addition to that was needed to be done. Thank you.
Minister, if I may, Madam Speaker. Minister, you basically boxed yourself in a corner where public perception is concerned. Because had you come to the country when you belatedly told us, and not the opposition, the country, when you told us about that particular infection, and might I say the circumstances under which you were forced to come and tell the country of that. If you had indicated then that, yes, there's an inter-report from PAHO which said such and that, but you indicated and you said in your statement here, and we had to pull it out of you just now, that yes, you got there was some interim report that came from PAHO. But you indicate in the statement and have said repeatedly and consistently in the media that you are awaiting a final report. If you had given us that information, then there would be some amount of less comfort. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I want to give you the latitude. However, do you have any additional questions? Because that's a repeat of your previous statement.
Minister, you mentioned about PROMAC, and I think you misunderstood what I was talking about. PROMAC had one of the unit, the high dependency unit, as well as the neonatal neonatal intensive care unit at Victoria Jubilee Hospital. That failed in preventing this. And yes, Minister, we know that this happens and will happen and will continue to happen at every hospital, right? The infant mortality rate in Jamaica is about 10 to 11%. We know that. And children will die from different causes. But in this instance, Minister, in this instance, you deprived by not indicating to the people, the mothers, who were affected what was happening there.
Thanks, Member. Minister, could you please close this segment by responding to the statement made by the opposition spokesperson? If there are any additional questions that he would like to place, I'm asking that they be documented and submitted for response.
Madam Speaker, the member was repeating himself on the issue of notification to the public. I've explained to him why I thought at the time that we were addressing the issue, which to my mind was the substantial point, but it's debatable, and I'm prepared to accept. That there is a view that one should have gone public with the conversation. There's another view that said if the problem was being solved and the risk was cauterized, then we should not create unnecessary hysteria, because what that could potentially do is to discourage persons from going to an institution that was, in some instances, the sole option for them in an otherwise challenging scenario, particularly with the overcrowding in other places. But as I said, that is a debatable view, and that's a judgment call that was made at the time in consultation with the experts. As it relates to the PAHO report, I don't consider a two-page draft a report. You may, I don't. I am awaiting the report. Now, the team has had conversations with the PAHO team while they were here. Clearly, they had to take them into the facility, give them access, and so conversations would have taken place to support or to add to the narrative of what needed to be done. I accept that. But a report is an official report, and I'm placing on record that I have not yet gotten the report. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker,
Minister.
I have a question.
Minister.
I have a question.
Madam Speaker, notwithstanding the position of the standing order, in relation to the discretion of the Speaker to determine how many questions and how long the Q&A may last, I'm appealing to you, Madam Speaker, to allow a few more questions in the context of this, but for members to appreciate that this Q&A cannot continue indefinitely. All right?
Madam Speaker,
before you begin, member, since I am listening to the comments from some members, Standing Order 17.2 allows for the discretion of the Speaker in respect of additional questions. I'm asking the members who rise to their feet to stick to asking questions. Thank you very much.
Can the Minister confirm whether the non-conformance with the infection control and prevention measures was a result of the absence of basic cleaning agents that the staff would need to maintain a certain level of hygiene in the hospital? Could you also indicate what at the time was the the patient to staff ratio when the outbreak took place and what it is now?
Thanks, member. Minister.
I can't confirm. What I'll say about the basic cleaning agents is that that was not identified as a primary issue. There are a number of issues that were identified. The overcrowding, the patient to the clinician to patient ratio, nurse to patient ratio, the cleaning of the facility or ongoing cleaning. That seems to have been, based on my interpretation, a function of the limited staff. Now remember, if you have less staff than you need under ideal situations, the task per staff becomes more and the risk of cross-contamination becomes exponentially higher. And therefore, my interpretation of the report, not that one or two times you may have an issue with cleaning agents, but I did not get the impression and have not gotten the impression that that was a substantial issue. On the issue of ratios, I can't give you the specifics around that. What I do know from the briefing that I've had is that we were way out of the ideal ratio, which I've outlined.
I want to make a distinction between what I might call the professional staff, like the nurses, versus auxiliary. We always have an overcrowding issue, meaning we don't have enough of the professional staff to deal with the number of patients. But based on the report, it sounds like you also had an issue with the auxiliary staff that deals with the routine cleaning and maintenance of the facility. That's where I'm going, and that's the question I'm asking, because the high patient-to-staff ratio would not affect the auxiliary staff unless there's an issue with the performance of the auxiliary staff. But if you are saying you have basic things like floors not being kept well, that's a very serious issue. And your report must have given some indication as to what would have been the breakdown in that specific regard.
Go ahead, Member Daley. Go ahead, Member Daley. There will be two more persons. I believe that Minister can take Madam Member Daley's question and note it. So when he stands, Member Daley. Somebody else? Anybody? And then the leader of the opposition. Member Daley, and then the leader of the opposition.
Madam Speaker, just a follow-up in respect to, and I speak specifically about Spanish Town Hospital. Is the minister aware that within about a month, the ancillary staff and the contract was changed within almost 2 times within 1 month? The ancillary staff at the Spanish Town Hospital was changed. The contract was changed about 2 times within 1 month. So I'm wondering if there is any correlation in respect to that. But I want to also find out quickly, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, our neonatal clinic in Spanish Town, you're saying everything is good there. Why is it that we did not transfer some of these babies to Spanish Town since it is okay?
Thank you. Madam
Leader of the opposition.
Should I? All right, so let me just answer the two, Madam Speaker, with your permission. To the issue of cleaning, again, the issue of cleaning is not just a function of the auxiliary cleaning staff. It's also a function of supervision, technical supervision. And so where you have a situation where you have limited numbers, and I just got the numbers at the time, and they're getting worse, by the way. The ratios of is currently 1 to 9 and 1 to 10, which should be 1 to 2. So the staff shortage is chronic. At the time, it was 1 to 7 and 1 to 8. So it's actually getting worse, which is a concern. But that is the technical staff that plays a role, even if they don't actually mop the floor, in ensuring that the infection prevention and control methods are followed. And where you have limited staff, technical staff, it also potentially compromises the situation. Now, I want to be clear, Madam Speaker, because I don't want the impression to give that our staff, our nurses and doctors don't work very hard, but they work hard under very challenging circumstances. To the question that was asked earlier by Member Daley, I don't like the confusion between Spanish Town and Victoria Jubilee, because I've already stated that we don't have and have not had any such outbreak at Spanish Town. But in relation to the transfer, I thought I made it clear that we have a overcrowding and waiting list, both at Spanish Town as we do at Bustamante. So this is another reason why it was so important to solve the problem as quickly as possible, because patients don't have many options. That's just the reality, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Opposition Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, there is a background to this issue, as you're well aware. In 2015, there was an outbreak which resulted in neonatal deaths, a spike, and there were certain consequences which flowed from that, which were driven by political considerations at the time. In 2016, there was an outbreak under your watch when many babies died. There was even reports of dogs eating babies outside the facility. And you gave certain assurances to the public that this wouldn't happen again. Under your watch, in July, there's an outbreak at the premier maternal institution in the country. And you are telling this House that you didn't know about it until the end of August in that context? Is that what you're saying, Minister?
Well, Madam Speaker, let me just say quickly that I am a member of an administration that considers all issues, and we act in the best interest of the country, and I have always acted in the best interest of the public health of the people of Jamaica. I think it is unworthy to compare what transpired in 2015 because the circumstances can be so much different. And you know, Madam Speaker, again, I am trying to be very gracious because I don't want to appear to be politicizing public health. But you know, that 2015 incident, for all sorts of reasons, generated significant anxieties around how the then administration was managing the situation. In our case, we discovered a problem and we fixed the problem. And that to me is the most important issue to consider. Now, I want to also dispel another fallacy that the member has raised with respect. This issue of dogs eating or having human carcass in their mouth. I need you to check the facts to find out what actually transpired, because it was an orchestrated attempt at creating an impression which actually never occurred in Jamaica. A social media fix, and it was very unfortunate based on the source it came from, where the opposition is supposed to be responsible, and that source came straight out of your camp without calling anyone.
Madam Speaker, that is unworthy. To make that pejorative remark in this House with absolutely no basis for backing it up is unworthy of the minister, and he should withdraw that remark. That issue was reported in the media, and it was never refuted at the time. And Minister, you have not answered my question. 9 babies died under your watch in July, and you are telling me that you didn't know about it until the end of August? Are you saying that, Minister? Tell this House if that is what you're saying.
Madam Speaker, I think I've responded to the member. Thank you.
Minister Tufton, you have a second statement by Minister? Oh, not the second one as yet?
Minister.
House Leader?
Yeah. Madam Speaker, am I not getting a response to that question?
There is no contempt. The time was given to field questions. That section is complete.
would the members who have remaining questions please document them and submit them for response from the Minister. House Leader, I believe.
Madam Speaker.
House Leader.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker. On a point of order. Standing Order 11A. 3. Any member may pose questions on a statement by a minister in accordance with Standing Order 17.2. 17.2 speaks to relevance of the question to the statement asked. Madam Speaker.
You may sit, member. You may sit, member.
Madam Speaker, I think the member fails to
He's misguided.
point out
He's misguided.
that Section 17 does in fact reserve the discretion of the Speaker as the guide by which the question and answer period. And if you notice, the Speaker was very clear in indicating that the period had expired, and if members have further questions, then they can then table those questions in the normal way. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I have one question that I want to ask the Minister, and then given the posture being taken, I will discontinue this. I want to ask one question.
No, hold a moment. If that is, then that would be the end of. Yes, that would be the end of your question and answer session as previously ruled.
I have one question which I would like to ask the Minister.
No.
Minister, you have indicated in your statement
Leader,
that the plan involved discontinuing. Your mic is not working, Ma'am. I'm not hearing what you're saying.
Opposition Leader, respectfully, the time for asking questions is finished. I have already ruled. I'm asking that all additional questions be submitted to the Minister for his response. Opposition Leader. That's it.
Madam Speaker,
House Leader.
No, it cannot
House
be.
Leader. I have already ruled.
Madam Speaker,
House
on
Leader.
what basis?
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I want to understand on what basis a time has been set. What is the time that the Speaker had established for this period? Because this matter is one of national importance, and it can't be left to the Speaker's sole discretion. I think the Speaker has to take into account what is happening. And there's one question that the leader wishes to ask. There's another question to be asked.
Madam Speaker, I think the member, in all fairness, cannot seek in any respect to define what the discretion of the Speaker of the House should be, nor indeed the timelines. In fact, it is fair to say that a substantial portion of time has been dedicated to this statement by the Minister. And in keeping with how the House must move forward, we have another statement to be made by the Prime Minister, and that represents only item 2 on the order paper. So, Madam Speaker, I do appreciate the ruling that you have made, and I urge the House in the normal and respected tradition of the Westminster system to respect the ruling of the Speaker of the House. Please.
Madam Speaker, I asked
House
one
Leader.
question and I was
House
not given
Leader.
a response to it. And I have another question which I would like to ask. I don't see on what basis it can be reasonable to deprive the leader of the opposition of the right to ask that question. I don't see on what basis, whatever the howling may be on that side, it's a simple matter. I have a question to ask on a matter of national importance, and I'm asking that you allow it in your discretion.
So, Opposition Leader, I have already ruled as it relates to the closure of this segment. There is more than that. Because I respect you as Opposition Leader, I ensured when I heard very quietly over there that you wanted to ask a question or more than one, you were given the opportunity to do so, and the minister answered as well. The minister has answered, and I'm saying, I have already ruled, please respect the position of the speaker in this regard and allow any additional questions you have to be posed to the minister. House Leader, could you indicate in respect of statement by minister whether we continue with the Minister of Health or the Prime Minister?
No, Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Prime Minister be asked to make his statement at this time. May it please the Honourable Speaker.
We will now have statement by our Prime Minister, Most Honourable Andrew Holness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the orderly conduct of the business of the House. Madam Speaker, I spoke to this Honourable House on September 27th following the passage of Tropical Storm Ian. At that time, I indicated to the country what the preliminary assessments were in terms of damage to infrastructure. I also promised to have a report to this House for the final cost estimates in respect of the tropical storm. Madam Speaker, Tropical Storm Lisa has passed us by. And we are eternally grateful that once again, as a country, we have been spared and benefited from God's mercy. Madam Speaker, several communities, especially within the parishes of St. Catherine and Clarendon, were impacted by flood rains from Tropical Storm Ian. There were reports of damage to roads to varying degrees, especially in low-lying areas. Some 47 roads were badly affected by landslides, mud flows, down trees, or inundation, which rendered some communities inaccessible or marooned. I can report Madam Speaker, that all roads are fully reopened with the exception of Lower Chapelton to Rock River corridor, where a breakaway occurred at Sutton in Clarendon. The National Works Agency's first step in response to the impact of all the flood rain events was to achieve clearance of affected corridors. The works to achieve this were undertaken by private contractors who are party to the agency's framework agreement, which speaks to the application of preset rates for the engagement of different types of equipment in carrying out road clearance works. Madam Speaker, the estimates for the flood damage have been finalized. Detailed designs are being done for retaining walls and pavement repairs. I'll now provide preliminary estimates to undertake the remedial works as well as the proposed permanent works. Madam Speaker, the total cost resulting from damage to the road network by Tropical Storm Ian is 889 million Jamaican dollars, and it is broken down as follows. One, the cost to reopen the affected works and improve the drivability of the roadways is estimated at $359 million, and the cost to undertake permanent works, primarily retaining walls, drainage structures, and so forth, is estimated at $530 million. Madam Speaker, it is recognized that the country's fiscal situation will not allow for all the required works to be implemented immediately. Accordingly, the government is proposing a program of targeted interventions with priority rankings as follows. As I've said already, we're focusing on reopening block roads, which we have essentially achieved, cleaning of critical drains, which are now heavily silted, patching of main thoroughfares, which have been scored, and the construction of new structures, retaining walls, river trading, etc., as funds become available. I have instructed that the NWA works with all related entities, including the municipal corporations, in finalizing the detailed designs and final estimates for the significant repair works which we will have to undertake. Madam Speaker, the cost accrued on a parish basis is as follows. For St. Thomas, for both cost of reopening roads and permanent restoration works, $59.1 million. For Kingston, $17.75 million. For St. Andrew, and this is now would be rural St. Andrew, east and west. I'm seeing here this figure, $5 million, but I will check that with the NWA. That doesn't sound correct. That must be an error. I will.
Madam Speaker, we still have not received a copy.
A copy across to you with the marshal. I'm not sure what happened to it. You can give me my copy. It's okay.
No, but just. Oh, you didn't get one? Oh, my apologies. We sent them over. I'll have that figure checked, particularly since the speaker may have an interest in east and west. For St. Catherine, 73.95 million. For Clarendon, which has the brunt of the damage, 649.7 million. For Manchester, 3 million. For St. Elizabeth, 26 million. For Westmoreland, 1.4 million. Hanover, 2.9 million. St. James, 16.7 million. Trelawney, 29.5 million. St. Anne and St. Mary, negligible. Portland, 1.9 million. Now, just to be clear on this, members, these would be the assessment of roads and infrastructure, other infrastructure damaged as a result of Tropical Storm Ian. So it's quite likely that some parishes had no impact, and that is why the figures are so low. This is specifically now related to the damage as a result of the weather conditions precipitated by Tropical Storm Ian. Madam Speaker, I know that this situation will add further pressure to our resources. But our resolve as a government is strong. Our resolve as a government to ensure that we maintain, improve, and build resilient infrastructure is strong and unquestionable. I ask every Jamaican who now has to use our roadways, especially those roadways that are in less than favorable conditions, to bear with the government as we work to improve our economy, as we have been doing, as we work to grow our economy, as we have been doing. As we have been doing by better management of the economy, we have been able to increase our public revenues. And as we increase our public revenues, so too we will increase the amount that we allocate to not just wages, which are important, to not just the recurrent expenditures, which are important, but to the capital expenditure on our roads and infrastructure. We cannot, Madam Speaker, do it all at once. We cannot snap our fingers and fix all the roads that are bad. But I want every Jamaican to understand and appreciate that this government will place this country, will place our economy in a position where we will be able to repair their roads, their bridges, their drains. And Madam Speaker, we have put ourselves now in a position where we will be making increased allocations to repair particularly our rural roads and our secondary roads. Madam Speaker, there is no question, and we don't hear any quarrels in the society about the government's program of building highways and major roads to increase connectivity. No other government has done what we have done in that regard. But we agree that development has to be even. Development has to be equitable. And we know that the members of parliament are feeling the pressure in urban and rural areas, all over. As an urban MP, who travels the entire island, I know that the pressure is all over. Last week, I was in St. Thomas. And, Madam Speaker, I drove almost the entire stretch. I've driven it now 3 or 4 times, just observing what is happening. And the work is not progressing as I would like. But, Madam Speaker, it is a very ambitious undertaking. Regardless of the criticisms that are leveled at the project, it is an ambitious undertaking to do a road like that, spanning 3 parishes in very difficult terrain. Madam Speaker, we could have chosen to do it piece by piece, and it would have taken us maybe 5 or 6 years. Right, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, we will finish this project in good time. But it is important in the interim to also acknowledge that the citizens, especially those who are resident in proximity to the works, they have a genuine complaint. And we have been constantly working with the NWA to correct the issues there, to as much as possible, to put in place measures to alleviate the discomfort of the residents. But, Madam Speaker, I want to bring one point to the nation's attention. When we decided to do the South Coast Road Improvement Project, the original conception of the project was that it would have been an entirely new alignment, likely not to impact the communities that existed along the whole alignment on the coast. We took the decision that if we're going to do this massive investment, the communities that exist along the coast should benefit. And therefore, we moved the alignments to match closely the existing alignments for the benefit of the communities. And that benefit will come in the form of, for example, we have ensured that the new road alignment pipes are laid. So that is going to bring reliable and sufficient water supply into the parishes of St. Thomas and Woodland. So when we are saying we are building a road, the public is just believing that it is laying off the asphalt. No. We have put in significant civil works for drainage. We have put in pipes, which is a significant cost. And in areas we have laid provisions for fiber optic cables and so on in some areas. So, Madam Speaker, this is a nation-building exercise. And the complaints of the residents, well taken, well understood. We ask you to pardon our progress. Madam Speaker, it is now coming to the end of the year and hopefully the end of the Atlantic hurricane season. It is customary for us to engage in 3 rounds of mitigation efforts over the hurricane seasons. At the start, well, over this hurricane season, at the start of the hurricane season in June, at the peak of the hurricane season in August, September, and at the end of the season, November, December. This year will be no different. The NWA will again be coordinating the activities on behalf of the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. The NWA will be the lead agency, but the NSWMA also plays a role in this iteration of the mitigation efforts. The government will be allocating $21 million to each constituency for this year's program of work. Madam Speaker,
Prime Minister,
this
Prime Minister, the Prime Minister's time for speaking has expired. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister's time. The Prime Minister's time having expired, Madam Speaker, I beg to move that his time be extended by 5 minutes in order for him to complete his presentation. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the Prime Minister's time be extended for 5 minutes to allow for completion of efficient time to complete this presentation. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
No, Madam Speaker, last year I believe the allocation was 16. I think it was 16 million last year. We have decided to increase it this year because we hear the cry of the people regarding their roads, right? Now, I know that most, if not everyone inside here would have loved to see a bigger spend, but we are still under serious fiscal pressure, and therefore whatever allocations we make and priorities we make, it is balancing against all other needs. So, Madam Speaker, consistent with our approach last year, which I believe worked well, we will be doing the following. Each constituency, as I've said, will be allocated a sum of 21 million, and it will be divided as follows. 1, road rehabilitation, $10 million. No allocation from this year will be allowed as usual. However, a maximum of $5 million may be reallocated from other areas for road rehabilitation. So, in other words, up to $15 million may be spent on road rehabilitation. Just to be clear, this is not to do a new road. This is rehabilitation, which includes patching. Right? So this gives the Member of Parliament the ability to respond to urgent areas where the national agencies' budget may not stretch or they may not have the capacity to reach. It gives us, but I do say here, Madam Speaker, in defense of the MPs, that when the public hears $21 million and $15 million, immediately expectations rise to levels that are unreasonable. Madam Speaker, $21 million is unlikely to be able to repair even one road. Right? This is just to ensure that communities that would not have got the attention of the parish council or the attention of the NWA or any other entity responsible for their maintenance, that the Member of Parliament has some capacity, but the Member of Parliament will not be able to repair all roads. I mean, I think I have a duty to say that. Madam Speaker, debushing is now $5 million, but, Madam Speaker, up to $4 million of this amount may be reallocated to other areas. So MPs have the flexibility, because in some areas, there is no bush. It's just roadway. In rural areas, I have driven on some roads where the trees have taken over the road. So MPs can have flexibility, right? Madam Speaker, just to be clear, debushing must be done along a road thoroughfare. So, Madam Speaker, we are not going to approve any program where the debushing is off a thoroughfare. The public must be able to see an impact, the impact of debushing. Right? So the NWA has been given strict instructions. So when you are preparing your work program, ensure that the debushing is, I didn't say a main road. It is connected to a thoroughfare. All right? I think that's very reasonable. Yes. So the minimum amount that a constituency can spend on debushing would be $1 million. And I will say, Madam Speaker, that for drain cleaning, the allocation this year is $1 million. But you can, if you choose, reallocate from elsewhere $1 million into drain cleaning. The amount is less this year because there was an allocation already made for $1 million, very close to this announcement. So it would have been unreasonable to put more on that. Madam Speaker, garbage collection. This is a sore point. And I am not pleased. I mean, I myself, Madam Speaker, feel very embarrassed, actually, to see the level of garbage that is in public spaces. And, Madam Speaker, it is of great concern to the government. We have made allocations for 50 new trucks, which are on the high seas as we speak. Further allocations will be made to bring in new more new trucks to increase our capacity to collect. But the real problem is that we have a system of garbage collection, municipal waste management, Madam Speaker, that needs a total re-engineering. And we are well down the wicket with an entirely new system which will see the divestment of garbage collection to bring in private participation in that, to develop a sanitary landfill, to close 2 of our landfills. Well, they're not really landfills, they are really dumps, but to close Retirement and Riverton, and to build a waste-to-energy plant. And all of that, Madam Speaker, is being worked on. In a few months, I will come to the Parliament and give an update when it is mature. The member from Western St. Andrew, I believe they have met with you. You're aware of the plans and how it is progressing. But I'm even in lieu of that, Madam Speaker, even acknowledging that a new plan is close to fruition, I'm still not satisfied. I'm still very much concerned about the level of municipal waste that we see on our streets. And whilst I'll be the first to say it is not just about collection, it is also about how citizens choose to dispose. But in this debate, we have to be clear that, and say to the public, that we are not satisfied with how we have been collecting municipal waste. And there's not something that we can debate about. We just have to say what the truth is and seek to improve on this. So, Madam Speaker, we have allocated $5 million to the MPs, to the constituencies. A maximum of $2 million can be reallocated from this area, but I encourage members of Parliament not to do the reallocation, but to spend the $5 million on cleaning up as much as you can your constituency. I know in my constituency we have housing schemes, and those schemes, Madam Speaker, they are not the beneficiary of regular garbage collection like many other urban centers, and the garbage piles up. Now is an opportunity to send in the trucks and do a proper cleaning. There are open lots that people use as dump areas. Now is the time to send in the trucks and maybe some tractors and do a proper cleaning. As much as you can. As much as you can. I agree with the leader of the opposition. It does come back, but the problem is you can't let it stay there. You can't let it pile up. So let's use this opportunity to clean up, right, this $5 million. I'm not saying that this can clean everywhere in a constituency, but MPs, I'm sure, will pick the most sensitive points, the critical points, and make the cleanup. So in all, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to say that the program so far since we have started this has worked very well. I think most members of Parliament are satisfied with how the allocations are made and how the program is structured and the benefits that their constituents get. I want to close, Madam Speaker, on a point that has been of concern to this House. We are always concerned when we announce projects like these, programs like these, which requires the involvement of MPs in mobilizing labor, selecting infrastructure for repairs, monitoring the implementation of those repairs, undertake quality control, and then ensure payment to workers. Madam Speaker, this has stretched the role of the MP from legislator to work supervisor to social worker to inspector of civil works. It's a dangerous thing, Madam Speaker. Now, I've heard the complaint of MPs for greater funds to be allocated to MP-driven programs like CDF. Now, as an MP myself, I understand and I am sympathetic that the current allocations, Madam Speaker, are not sufficient. However, it's a point that we have to consider. However, even if we were to triple the current allocation, it would not quench the demands that exist. So, Madam Speaker, and what it would do if we were to increase it that much is to further increase the expectations. So, Madam Speaker, I want to be clear that it is not the intention of the government to inadvertently replace the functions of ministries, agencies, and departments in the provision of public services and civil works. The solution actually is to make government more efficient and to grow your economy so you can expand your budget so that the agencies that have the responsibility can actually do their work. Right now, MPs are standing in the breach of the inability of government to offer full service. But, Madam Speaker, there is one more point that we have to pay attention to. That as you call for more resources for your discretion to be directed, MPs are increasingly exposed in this new environment. Exposed to accusations of corruption and nepotism and cronyism. So, Madam Speaker, as we call for the ability to direct public funds even greater, there has to be greater balance to protect MPs who inevitably become exposed. To administer a program like this, MPs will have to make recommendations about labor, recommendations about contractors, and inadvertently you could get caught in being accused. So, Madam Speaker, I'm raising it here because there is an organic call for greater funds, that MPs should have greater resources. But I'm also trying to balance it in this parliament that the greater resources that come to you is a greater exposure that comes to you and the greater risk. And as legislators, we cannot inadvertently change the nature of our government without understanding what the consequence of that change would be. MPs are not ministries. And though we have, in a way, we are duplicitous because we like to be able to satisfy some of the demands because it gives us some political clout and power and advantage, but in the long run, this is not how Jamaica should be run. This is not the way. It is not my pleasure to come here and say we are going to make these special allocations so that MPs can resist the political avalanche that is out there of the citizens being upset. This is not how it should be. So while I'm doing this, I want to be clear, Madam Speaker, that my focus is about getting the economy right, increasing government's revenues, and improving the civil bureaucracy, meaning our civil service, our entities, so that they can provide the service. Madam Speaker, I've been doing this for 25 years, and Christmas is never, you know, for MPs, Christmas is not a happy time. People don't understand this. Christmas is not a happy time because you have to make sure that everybody gets something. And no matter how you try and divide that cake, somebody's going to be upset. Madam Speaker, this is not how I want to lead Jamaica. It should never have happened. It should never have reached that stage. But it is what it is. But we intend to change it. Madam Speaker, so one of the things that we have been examining, and as I close in respect, but I know the MPs need to hear and want to hear and agree. One of the things we want to do, Madam Speaker, and one of the reasons why we have announced so early, is that we have to figure out a way to ensure that when the allocations are made, that the bulk of it gets to the people. And we are looking at, Madam Speaker, using our new digital currency, digital payments, as to how that can be integrated in this. We haven't finalized a solution. I have asked on this side if there are constituencies who would want to volunteer a division, for example, that we could do a test case. Leader of the opposition, I'd make the offer as well. If you know, a test case could be offered, we could see if we could change it. Right? So, Madam Speaker, I won't go any further. I think we have made the points, and I thank you and the House for your forbearance in the presentation.
Opposition Leader.
Madam Speaker, thank the Prime Minister for his statement setting out the cost of the damage from the tropical storm Ian, and also announcing this allocation of $21 million per constituency for road rehabilitation and debushing, drain cleaning and garbage collection. The issue of garbage collection is particularly egregious and has been for some time, and we've been hearing about the 50 trucks. We look forward to them arriving and being deployed. In the meantime, Jamaica is an extremely dirty state, and I said during a previous presentation that the proliferation of dump sites seems to be the main growth industry in the country, because everywhere you turn, the place is just covered in garbage. It's unsightly, it's insanitary, it's a danger to public health, and something needs to be done to solve it. And management is a key aspect of that, as is providing sufficient resources for management to do the work. Prime Minister, I hear what you say about the fact that it saddens you to have MPs having to play this role as sort of mini-ministries in their constituencies. I agree with you that the way in which our politics and our governance has evolved over time, MPs have to be or find themselves involved in a range of activities involving things which really are the role of government or local government, whether it be dealing with problems to do with roads, problems to do with street lights, problems to do with back-to-school assistance, Christmas work programs, all of these things which just really reinforce the culture of patronage in our politics. And the resources are never sufficient for everybody who ought to get a benefit, So necessarily, some are favored over others. And that always causes contention in the constituency. As much as some of us may try to spread the resources as broadly and fairly as possible, it is of necessity a process which lends itself to disappointment among those who don't get and who are deserving, and indeed cynicism towards the whole dissemination of public goods through the political process. I hear the Prime Minister saying that it's an intention to eliminate this, and I'd like to see that happen myself. We do, however, seem to be going in the wrong direction because the amounts that are being provided seem to grow. Many of us will be glad for this because, as has been said, there's tremendous pressures on us to respond because the state is not responding. Many of our communities, the NWA or the other agencies will never come in there and fix roads, or very rarely, and the roads are in a terrible condition with the amount of rain we've been having and so on. So being able to respond to that and do some rehabilitation or repair is obviously something that any representative would want to be in a position to do. But having said that, it really represents a failure on the part of the state to execute basic functions in an efficient way. And, I don't think anybody in here would disagree with the idea that we need to improve the delivery of service by the state so that members of parliament aren't service providers of basic public goods, but are rather lobbyists for their constituents in this parliament and among state agencies, and providers of information to their constituents as to how to access whatever goods and services the state will provide. So I don't think there's any disagreement in principle on this, only to say that we don't appear to be heading in the direction that we both think we ought to be going in this regard. Minister, on the specifics of this 21 million, I would just ask if you could be clear on the time frame within which we will be expected to provide whatever information needs to be provided to access the funding, and how quickly after that must we complete the works in order to access the funding. I know sometimes we are given this in a very truncated period of time where all of a sudden, we have to be providing information by a deadline which is often unrealistic and doesn't allow for kind of orderly assessment of where the best deployment of the limited resources may be. But given that we're not in the Christmas period or the heights of it yet, there would seem to be some time that we could at least be afforded a reasonable time frame for preparation and execution. So if you could give some clarity around the time frames for this, I would appreciate it greatly. And also, if you can give an indication as to when, we may have done this already, but I didn't hear, when the 50 trucks will be deployed in the system, the 50 garbage trucks, and how they will be deployed. What is on what basis will they be made available? Because, certainly many of our constituencies which involve with high-density populations and so on, are underserved terribly when it comes to garbage collection, because the amount of waste that is generated in a constituency which has dense populations in a relatively small space of, is far greater than what is generated in other areas of the country where people have more space and is more spread out. So the need for those services to be provided at a scale commensurate with the population of those areas is a very real issue, which is not presently being addressed. So any information on the 50 trucks, when and how they will be deployed, we would be grateful for.
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. By Friday of this week, members of Parliament should receive their letters of instruction and letters of request with directions as to how you should structure the programs. You probably will get them before Friday, but Friday is the latest. It would mean that upon receiving them, you would make contact with your NWA office, one that serves your constituency, and you would begin scoping your programs. And once that is complete, then you would send in your program to the officer. I would suggest that you have your program in by mid to the third week of November. The earlier, the better. And work should begin as soon as your program is approved. I don't think that will take very long. Yeah. So So I would say that you should be looking to start your work by end of November, first week in December. Yeah. You want to finish early. So you want to have, because you want to have at least now a week for approvals and check generation. So this is why we have started early and give you enough lead time to get your projects in. All right? Now, just to be clear, the $15 million doesn't have to be spent before Christmas. Right? That's the road. The $10 million or maximum 15. We normally allow MPs to take a little time and figure out exactly what you're going to do, but you have to be finished by the end of February with that $10 million. For the others, we would like you to be complete in the projects for Christmas. All right? So the drain cleaning, the debushing, and the garbage collection, they must be complete by the second week in December. The second week in December, you're late if that is the case. So those would be the timeline. I think now we have given sufficient time in terms of notice for everybody to comply with the requirements of the NWA and the NSWA. The NSWA, important to note that fees, the NWA charges a fee. They are an executive agency and they have to finance their staff, but the government will pay the fee. So the fee will not be an account to the constituency allocation. So you get what is allocated is what's given. So that's full. The NSWMA has raised issues, as I transition to answer your other question, that members of parliament have not been forthcoming with the requirements that are necessary. NSWMA, solid waste, they have complained that MPs have not been forthcoming with the documentation required. For example, the bills for trucks and these kinds of things, which they require in order to be compliant with the accounting regulations. They have complained. For this allocation, yes, because so I'm giving notice that if you are not compliant, you will not get paid. I think I have to say it publicly because the agency is always at risk of an audit query. So I have to be very clear on that. If you have not submitted the documentation, you will not get paid. Madam Speaker, the trucks should arrive by mid-November, the middle of this month. I had an informal conversation with the head of NSWMA, and he gave me some indication as to how the trucks will be distributed. The trucks will be distributed according to the various regions that they have. So all regions will be covered. I can't tell you parish by parish what that will be, but the trucks will be equitably distributed, and I believe the NSWMA will hold 2 or so trucks in reserve for their special response program that they have. But the trucks will be island-wide in terms of their distribution.
Madam Speaker, let me thank the Leader of the Opposition. But I want to just say to the Prime Minister, we are, on this side, we are happy for the increase. But, you know...
Member, please stick to asking questions in this segment.
But I'm the spokesperson, Madam Speaker.
I believe you had abdicated your role to the opposition leader. Because, I will give you the leeway.
That's a greater role, Madam Speaker. I'm just a humble servant.
All right. No, go ahead. But I really did believe that you had given your time to the leader of the opposition. Go ahead, Member.
Member Warmington. Cry. Through you, Madam Speaker, Prime Minister, what you ended with in the matter of MPs being contractors and things, and I don't want it to be left out there that MPs are the ones that are giving out the work, because there are constituents that will hear us speaking here, hear this amount, and think that we are the ones who are actually giving out the work. We are actually the one who, who is distributing the money, but that there's an agency for each of the allocation that is given. In the instance of the solid waste, it will be National Solid Waste that is the agency that is monitoring, that is ensuring that the contractors are doing the work and will make payment. In the case of the debushing and the patching, that it is not a matter where small contractors that are just free to, but there are contractors who are registered, who are NCC and TCC compliant, and that the drain cleaning and the bushing has to be inspected by the National Works Agency before, well, has to be inspected before, photos taken, and for the payment, photos taken again, examination of the work done, and once the National Works Agency is satisfied that the payments are made. So I just want to put that out there in supporting your point. But I also want you to look at how we have reached here, Prime Minister. And I don't think that the request from the members in the House for additional resources is because we want, or I can speak for myself and the members on my side, that we actually want resources for ourselves as in the CDF, more resources. But it is because there's a system that is broken. And as you rightfully say, if the agencies were working effectively and efficiently, then we wouldn't ask for more resources. But I want to look at road maintenance, Prime Minister, because the allocation that you're giving at the end of the year is because of the shortfall that takes place in the rest of the year. And I want you to look at, as I've repeated in the House before, look at what we spend on mitigation at the beginning of the hurricane season. I don't want it to seem also that the $10 million that we're getting is enough to fix some of those roads that have not been fixed in years because of the lack of an effective and efficient program, Prime Minister. I mean, I was in my constituency last week and I had to defend you because a constituent took me on and said, tell the Prime Minister that I named this hole after him, a pothole after you, because it has been there for a while, but I can't tell him when a program will even come his way to fix that pothole. And it is something that we have to look at, Prime Minister. The $3 billion or under $4 billion that's given for road maintenance in the budget is woefully inadequate with the climate conditions that we are seeing now. There are many rural roads, and I can speak of rural as a rural MP, that have outlived its lifespan. That no matter how much time you patch it, as rainfall, another set of pothole comes. And that's why I'm saying, Prime Minister, seriously, we have to look at a dedicated fund in dealing with road maintenance. I know the Minister of Finances doesn't believe in dedicated funds. But look it up, Prime Minister. Every other economy in the world that has a proper road maintenance program has a dedicated fund in dealing with road maintenance. We can't continue the way that we are now. Otherwise, we will become insignificant to our constituents. And the cost of rehabilitating these roads later down is one that the country will not be able to bear. So I'm asking you seriously to look in the next budget cycle at how it is that we deal with road maintenance. Prime Minister, this $889 million that you have here dealing with the tropical storm Ian, I am sure is on top of a sum that was not found in dealing with disasters years ago. Yeah?
You're correct.
And I know that we're trying to do as much as we can. But again, there are some roads that have passed proper driving conditions that are not NWA roads, but municipal council roads. Because we as MP, the only time we get money that we can spend on municipal roads is in December. This $10 million. Right? Well, the NWA gets on our behalf. It's only in December. So what happens the rest of the year? Again, Prime Minister, I'm asking on behalf of the rural MPs on this side, because I don't know if they no, dealing with debushing. Dealing with debushing. Prime Minister, I was fortunate enough, as you know, to get a program to bush a road, that road from Oxford to Troy. The cost of debushing that road was $3 million plus. That's one road in northwest Manchester. So to get $5 million to debush a constituency of the size, there are many communities I can say no, that will not even get touched this cycle around. And it is a serious matter what is happening out there because of the rain conditions that we have been having over the past few months to years. So I'm asking again, Prime Minister, while you look at this road maintenance, there has to be some mechanism in constant debushing. It doesn't have to be every month, every year, or every month or every 2 months, but even every 6 months, something that makes sense, that the taxpayers don't look at us and say, you're a waste of time, because no matter what you say, nothing will happen. We are happy for the development that is happening, but don't forget rural Jamaica. The interior of the country is crying out for some maintenance work, Prime Minister. So even though we have this increase, we appreciate it, but it is not one that I can say, Prime Minister, that at the end of the day, that we are even satisfying a quarter of what is required to be done. I, as a member of Parliament, don't need the resources, but we want the agencies to be efficient and effective and equity across the board for every member of Parliament. You have a member of Parliament on your side that's bawling. I went into a particular constituency on Tuesday.
Member,
Prime Minister,
the time for members speaking has long expired.
Prime Minister, just on the matter of... Yes.
No. So...
I'm just going to, on the matter that the leader of the opposition ended with. Yeah. Because I didn't get a clear answer in what the leader of the opposition had asked. When we get the letter on Friday, the latest Friday, the start date, because normally we start the work in the beginning of December. But for larger constituencies, what ends up happening is that after all the verification is done, payments are being made even on Christmas Eve, which makes it very hard for us as MPs and for the constituents and the contractors. Seeing that you're announcing it much earlier, if we can just get a specific start date in that letter, sooner than the end of November.
Sorry, I think I may have...
Sure.
All right, to start where you ended, the start date that I indicated would have been the outside start date. The earlier you send in your project, then the earlier you get an approval to start, right? But we are saying that all projects should begin the latest the end of November. So that would be somebody who is very late in submitting their project. Now, in terms of payments, you know, I have been in difficult situations as an MP where, you know, people, you recognize that if people don't get paid for Christmas, you could have a riot. You could have a riot on your hands. So I don't think the rest of Jamaica understands the trepidation that MPs live in. Just to ensure that your payments are made. And MPs, and I'm supporting what you have said, it is not the MP who is the contractor. It is not the MP who is giving out the work. But sometimes the MP has to stand up beside the contractor, look over what the contractor is doing, so that the work gets done to standard, so that it can get passed. And then, you know, I have pity for the NWA because they will tell you that your phone rings off the hook, calling, when are the checks ready? When are the checks ready? And I'm not comfortable that this is the right way for us to be doing the public's business, right? So the question is, the leader of the opposition is saying we seem to be giving more, but at the same time saying we shouldn't be giving more. And, you know, the member from Northwest Manchester is saying we appreciate it, but how are you going to change? So I don't want to extend this debate. It's a good debate, but just to give you some insights into the thinking of the government.
Just the last question. Last time, when just similar topic, and you mentioned the Troy Bridge, Prime Minister. 28th.
I don't have an update.
28th of last month. Still haven't heard anything on when it is that you're coming to visit. You made a promise.
I will visit.
And the reason why I raise it is that they heard your offer, and I've been asked daily on when it is that you're coming.
Thank you. Prime
Just
Minister.
to quickly answer, Madam Speaker. I do intend to visit. I have gotten a report on the Troy Bridge. I know that they are advanced in their procurement. So very, very shortly, within, I would say, before the first week in December, I should make my way to Troy. All right. Now, and I'm hoping that the NWA has heard that date, and my permanent secretary is here, so the outside time, PS, you will ensure that. So, Madam Speaker, just... Madam Speaker, just very quickly. The government's policy is not to have dedicated resources. It is better for the central management of the Treasury to allocate resources as needed. The truth is we have had some dedicated funds before, but the problem is that it's not just badly managed, it's just not enough. So you still end up having to allocate from central Treasury to the road maintenance. But, Madam Speaker, to be clear, I'd said it before, Jamaica once had the second most roads per square miles in the world. Only Japan had more roads than us. That has changed, obviously, but we're still very high in terms of our road density. What it means, Madam Speaker, is that we have more roads in Jamaica that, first of all, all of them may not be carrying the volume of traffic or carry you to areas where, it's a reality. So our register of roads need to be, first of all, we need to rationalize our register of roads. That's clear. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the definition of a road 30 years ago in Jamaica is not the same definition as a road today. Our road infrastructure is very old. So, Madam Speaker, we have roads that were built, some of them 100 years ago, 150 years ago, when the standards for building them were not as the standards we expect today. So not everything that we classify as a road is actually a road. It doesn't have drainage. It's not built with camber. There are no culverts. Precisely. So, Madam Speaker, we have to go and rationalize our roads. That's one. Thirdly, there has to be a program where we identify right throughout Jamaica, with the assistance of the MPs, the priority roads that need to be addressed. And we give ourselves a 10-year time span that we would be able to address them, because I have to be realistic and practical and honest to the people. We will not be able to fix all the roads that exist. Now, what I've said to the Ministry of Finance and what we have discussed is that in the next budget, in the same way we have made allocations for the main thoroughfares and the new roads, we will have to consider a special allocation. I can't tell you how much it will be now. It's when the budget is being created. And at that point, we will include, of course, the MPs in making a determination as to, in assisting the NWA, because it is the NWA really that should point out these roads. And then we will start now to have an impact on making improvements to our road. I am acknowledging that our road conditions are not the best at this. Well, it has been for a long time, but we are making the effort now to try and correct it. So we ask the public to be understanding of the situation. We are in the best position ever to be able to address some of it. And that when I say that, it is because we have resolved the fiscal situation and we continue to manage it well. We are seeing some signs of growth, and that now means that we can make some allocations that are meaningful to rehabilitate our roads, particularly our rural and secondary roads. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Continuing with statement by ministers, Minister Tufton.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, Minister, just to urge members to appreciate that it is now after 6, and we do have a healthy agenda to complete before we go. So we would urge that the greatest economy of time be exercised in responding to the statement by Minister, which indeed, if you should recall, is perhaps the longest period a statement by Minister segment of the order paper has had for a long time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleagues for... Madam Speaker, I now take the opportunity to update the Honourable House on the emergent issue of increasing respiratory illness that have led to overcrowding at the Bustamante Hospital for Children and at the Spanish Town Hospital. Madam Speaker, our epidemiological surveillance system has indicated that Jamaica is in the influenza season. This is evidenced by the fact that severe acute respiratory illness, SARI, have passed the seasonal threshold. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw between 19 and 21 SARI admissions each week at the 6 SARI Centennial sites across all health regions. These sites are Cornwall Regional, Mandeville Regional, St. Anne's Bay, Kingston Public, University Hospital, and Bustamante Hospital for Children. In the 4 weeks from September 25th to October 22nd, the number of SARI admissions increased from 4 to 19, which represents a more than 400% increase in the reported admissions at the Centennial sites. The increased, Madam Speaker, SARI admissions are mainly among children, and in particular children younger than 6 months old and those 2 to 4 years old. Over the last 2 weeks, admissions were significantly greater than usually observed. Whereas the Bustamante Hospital for Children would usually admit 4 SARI cases per week at this time of year, in the last few weeks they have admitted approximately 13 children of SARI in each week. So that's an exponential increase, Madam Speaker. This has resulted in an increased number of cases of SARI admissions to the Bustamante Hospital for Children. It is to be noted that the heights of the COVID-19 pandemic during 2021, the highest admission at that time of year was 9 per week. So we're now doing 13 per week, which significantly demonstrates the challenges that we face. This year, the current admission is 44% above what we saw during COVID-19 2021. Our current report from the Bustamante Hospital for Children is that medical wards are above capacity at 111%. Additionally, there are at least an average of 6 patients in the accident and emergency department who are awaiting admissions nightly, and this has worsened our current staffing challenges and has significantly impacted work environment within the facility. Of note, Madam Speaker, is that Spanish Town Hospital, as I indicated earlier, is also seeing a significant increase in admissions and overcrowding. Over the weekend, the pediatric numbers indicate that there were 35 admissions with another 15 children awaiting admission in accident and emergency. The occupancy of the pediatric ward has been persistently at greater than 100%, Madam Speaker. The general pediatric ward admission increased by 53%, with 98 patients in August and 150 in September. And over the last 4 weeks, there have been a significant increase in the daily pediatric respiratory asthmatic cases at that particular institution. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health and Wellness has taken note of the international trends in respiratory illnesses, especially among children. As the Minister of Health and Wellness, I wish to draw the attention of this Honourable House and the people of Jamaica to the observed increase in cases of respiratory illness in the region of the Americas. A substantial increase in cases have been noted in the United States and Canada, including the respiratory syncytial virus, or RSV for short. RSV is a common respiratory virus that usually causes mild flu-like symptoms, and most people recover within a week. However, it may cause serious illnesses, especially in young children and the elderly, who may be affected by bronchitis, which is an inflammation of the airways in the lung, and pneumonia, which is an infection of the lung. It may also worsen chronic lung disease, such as asthma. As at the week ending October 15th, increased RSV activity was recorded in the US, where each year there is an estimated 58 to 80,000 hospitalizations among children younger than 5 years old, and 100 to 300 deaths. Also in the US this flu season, the overall rate of RSV-associated hospitalization has been highest among those 6 to 11 months old. This is for context, Madam Speaker, what is happening to our neighbors. Based on this international situation, the technical team of the Ministry of Health and Wellness has begun the work to assess whether or not our current trends have any correlation to the international experience we have outlined above. Our National Public Health Lab has already begun to prepare samples to be sent to the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARFA, for PCR testing for the presence of RSV within the population. So we want some validation exercise, and we're trying to do it quickly, and CARFA has agreed to test. Our Chief Medical Officer has contacted the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, to procure the necessary reagents to conduct testing for the presence of RSV within our national system. The ministry, through our capacity strengthening during COVID-19, is fully equipped, Madam Speaker, with the necessary equipment and the technical staff to conduct the PCR testing once the reagents land in the island. And we are advised by POW that these reagents should become available to us within 7 to 10 days. Madam Speaker, we are moving expeditiously to deal with the problem which is impacting our health facilities. The response to this emergent issue requires our collaborative best efforts. As such, Madam Speaker, I have given instructions for the following actions to be implemented. Effective this past Sunday, children 12 years old and younger can access health care at the University Hospital of the West Indies free of cost, giving us access to an increased number of beds. Parents and guardians are encouraged, therefore, to not only access services at the Bustamante Hospital for Children and the Spanish Town Hospital, but also, where possible, go to the University Hospital of the West Indies for treatment of their children. No cost, no charge. Next, specified health centers within the Southeast Regional Health Authority are to operate extended hours up to 8 p.m. on weekdays and on Saturdays. This will be made effective as at Thursday, November 3rd, 2022, and a list of all the health centers that will operate extended hours will be published by the Health Ministry in due course, certainly during the course of this week. Next, Madam Speaker, effective immediately, the National Health Fund Pharmacy at the Bustamante Hospital for Children will be open for extended hours up to 10 p.m. Madam Speaker, we again must alert the population to some key prevention actions that are required to protect not only your lives, but to prevent harm to our children. Critical actions that prove useful during COVID-19 are again necessary for our best prospects against this risk. The public is reminded that hand washing or hand sanitization is a very important part of infection prevention and control and should be prioritized at this time. The wearing of masks where one feels vulnerable or they may represent a risk to others is also critical as part of the prevention actions required to protect the population. In terms of the risk, this is especially important if you are coughing or sneezing, or if you are within any setting that may cause an increased risk to the spread of any respiratory infection. Madam Speaker, I must reiterate the point that vaccines have been proven to be one of the most effective methods for the prevention of severe outcomes from infections. As such, I encourage all eligible persons to avail themselves of the influenza and COVID-19 vaccines, especially vulnerable populations, which include the elderly, the young, and healthcare workers. Madam Speaker, we urge the continued cooperation and support of the public as the health team works to preserve health care. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, I want to thank you for bringing this to the attention of the country. Just a few points. One, as you have indicated, the numbers that we are seeing over the comparative period in 2021 due to the lockdowns, due to COVID, is simply because people are not moving around as much. So we are seeing an increase now. There are two issues I just want to bring to the fore. One is that you have indicated that the access to the University Hospital of the West Indies for children 12 years and older is for free. Is this only for SARI cases, or is it for all cases that children can access this care? And secondly, Minister, the National Health Fund pharmacies that will be opened for extended period, part of the challenge that exists now and something that you probably need to have a look at is the availability of medication. The truth is that although antibiotics are not required in viral illnesses, there are complications that will demand that antibiotics somewhere down the road might be used to prevent secondary bacterial infection. There has been a shortage of some antibiotics in the national public health system, and this needs to be attended to. I asked a question, Minister, about the 12 years and older, because recently it has brought to my attention that since it was announced the UE hospital has refused to accept a patient from one of the public health systems for some other conditions outside of a severe respiratory tract infection. Can you elaborate and tell us what?
Thank you, Member. And I think those are good questions. Unlike earlier, yes. In terms of the UE hospital, we will accept all cases 12 years and younger. For obvious reasons, there are a number of issues that are affecting the overcrowding at the Bustamante Hospital. So it's not confined to SARI cases. In terms of the issue of medication, I am not aware that there's a shortage, so I would need better particulars. But as you know, there are a range of medication in any particular category. So if one is in short supply for whatever reason, and there are hopefully alternatives within the antibiotic range, because that's how the National Health Fund tend to stock their drug profile based on sickness categories. So if the doctors obviously would advise what's best, and hopefully if that's not available, they can consult with the National Health Fund to determine what may be available that could be an alternative. But I'll be happy to take up any particular specific details that you have. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thanks, Minister. House Leader, we will continue with the schedule announcements.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following. Ministry Paper number 89 of 2022, entitled Jamaica Customs Agency Annual Report for the year ended March 31, 2014 and March 31, 2015. Ministry Paper number 90 of 2022, entitled The Planning Institute of Jamaica Annual Report for the financial year ended December 31, 2022. Ministry Paper number 91 of 2022, and the resolution entitled The Government Guarantee of Loan in the amount of $1,401,100,000 from the First Caribbean International Bank, Jamaica Limited, to the National Water Commission. Annual report and audited financial statement of the Jamaica Bauxite Mining Limited for the financial year 2017-2018, and the Firearms Prohibition, Restriction and Regulation Firearm Amnesty Order 2022 and its resolution under the Firearms Prohibition, Restriction and Regulation Act.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice at the next meeting of the House when move the following motion. Whereas Section 19 of the Firearms Prohibition, Restriction and Regulation Act 2022 provides that the Minister may, by order, subject to affirmative resolution, declare a firearms amnesty if the Minister is satisfied that A, the amnesty may result in the reduction and the number of illegally possessed firearms or ammunition in Jamaica, and B, it is in the public interest to declare the amnesty. And whereas on the 1st day of November 2022, the Minister made the Firearms Prohibition, Restriction and Regulation Firearms Amnesty Order 2022, now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. 1. The resolution may be cited as the Firearms Prohibition, Restriction and Regulation Firearms Amnesty Order 2022 resolution. 2. The Firearms Prohibition, Restriction and Regulation Firearms Order 2022 is hereby affirmed, which was laid on the table of the House in the first day of November 22, is hereby affirmed. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of standing orders in order to enable me to take this motion.
Madam Speaker.
Hold a minute, Minister. Marshall. another one. Questions and answer to questions? Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to sitting of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained.
Madam Speaker, I now move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Income Tax Amendment Act.
Madam Speaker, I beg for the recommittal of notices of motions to be given orally to allow the Minister of Finance to formally put the Income Tax Amendment Act. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Minister, just hold a moment. We're going to give you something you will need shortly. We may move on to public business.
Madam Speaker, on the matter of public business, the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries will take the Irrigation, Validation and Indemnity Act 2022.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is our intention to start the debate, Madam Speaker, on the, well, firstly, your permission to speak from a seat that's not normally my own.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you. Intention is to start the debate and take it through its stages. It's a very short bill on the irrigation, validation, and indemnity. Madam Speaker, colleagues, the bill before this Honourable House is entitled the Irrigation, Validation and Indemnity Act 2022. By matter of background, let me indicate this bill emanates from Cabinet Decision number 1 of 22, dated January 10, 2022, which approved, among other things, 1, the promulgation of validation and indemnity legislation in respect of the National Irrigation Commission Limited as the Irrigation Authority, and 2, the issuance of drafting instructions to the Chief Parliamentary Council in respect to the foregoing. The foregoing decision, Madam Speaker, came against the background of the expiration of a license granted to the NIC, the National Irrigation Commission Limited, hereinafter referred to as the Commission, by virtue of the Irrigation Authority, Licensing of the National Irrigation Commission Limited Order 2011. This license was granted to the Commission for a period of 10 years and expired on July 10, 2021. Due to an oversight, the Commission inadvertently continued beyond the expiration of that license, and consequently, it required us to, one, to have the relevant minister to license by order an entity to be the irrigation authority for the purposes of the Irrigation Act, and two, for the validation and indemnification of the actions of the Commission following the expiration of the license on July 10, 2021. The Commission, Madam Speaker, was subsequently licensed as the Irrigation Authority by the Irrigation Licensing of Authority Order 2022 and affirmed in this Parliament on the 25th day of March 2022 for a period of 30 years. The foregoing order was gazetted on the 28th day of March 2022 in the Jamaica Gazette Supplement. The bill having been passed by the Legislation Committee of Parliament, the Cabinet by its decision number 2722 dated August 22, 2022, gave approval for tabling of the said bill. This bill seeks to, one, validate and confirm all acts of the Commission done in good faith by persons acting on behalf of the Commission during the period July 11th, 2021 to the date when the order was gazetted, which is March 28, 2022. And it also seeks to indemnify the Commission, its agents, and its officers against liability for actions done in good faith. By the promulgation of the Irrigation, Validation and Indemnity Act 2022, the Government of Jamaica seeks to have in place the necessary legislative authority to address any possible outstanding liability that may arise to the Commission in the carrying out of its mandate during the period July 11, 2021 to March 27, 2022. Just to go briefly through the clauses in the bill, Madam Speaker, colleagues, the bill commences with the long title which states, "An act to validate and confirm the acts of the National Irrigation Commission Limited done in good faith by persons acting on behalf of the National Irrigation Commission Limited, and to indemnify the National Irrigation Commission Limited, its agents and its officers against liability for actions done in good faith and for connected matters." This part flows into a series of paragraphs that I will refer to as the preamble, which provides relevant antecedents which has given rise to the need for the legislation to validate and indemnify the actions of the Commission. Clause 1 is a short title and construction, and colleagues, you would have received the bill. It was tabled some time ago, and you would have been advised to bring it. Clause 1, if you follow, provides a short title of the bill, and it indicates how the bill is to be construed when read, and that is for the bill to be read as one with the Principal Act. Clause 2 speaks to validation and indemnity, and this clause proposes to, notwithstanding anything to the contrary in any legislation, validate the operation of the Commission in 1, the developing and implementing of projects, 2, procurement, 3, sourcing of funding, 4, the recruitment and training of staff, 5, educating the public and promoting its services through public relations, 6, initiating legal proceedings against its debtors and offenders, 7, committing to fund compulsory land acquisitions, and 8, engaging new customers for non-potable water. And in relation to all of the acts done in good faith during the period July 11, 2021 to March 28, 2022, shall be treated, Madam Speaker, as validly, properly, and lawfully authorized and carried out, as if the power was lawfully conferred on the Commission. This clause, which is the last clause, also proposes that every person who had acted on behalf of the Commission in carrying out its instructions during the said period, and who may be liable to be proceeded against on the ground that such actions were unauthorized or unlawfully done, or otherwise illegal or improper, is freed, acquitted, discharged, and indemnified from all legal proceedings of any kind. And it ends, Madam Speaker and colleagues, with the memorandum of objects and reasons, as you know, which you would have read in the bill before you. That said, Madam Speaker, I place this before the Honourable House and do look forward to the support of all colleagues in addressing this very short but important bill. Thank you.
You may go ahead, Member.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this proposed indemnification is not contentious. Certainly, we do not propose to object to anything contained therein. My only concern, Madam Speaker, is that it appears to be very untidy, the fact that 9 months after an entity is acting ultra-virus, we're actually looking at indemnifying them. And so, Minister, could you kindly provide an update as it relates to what steps have been taken to ensure that a reoccurrence does not take place, and what would have resulted in this oversight? Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker, that's not an unreasonable concern. Matter of fact, it's a concern that is shared on this side, and we must say that the reality face is that the disruptions and the delays are often due to changes in personnel, and these are matters which we have recognized, and we have put in place measures to ensure streamlining that will mitigate against any future incidents of this kind. So we thank the member from Clarendon Southwestern and the spokesperson on these issues for his concern, and we share it, and we can assure him and the country that we have taken the necessary steps to avoid it in the future. That we have. Thank you. With no further questions, Madam Speaker, I therefore indicate that there are just 2 amendments which we can address if we move to conclude, Madam Speaker, and have the bill read, and I then ask that the bill be read a second time.
On again. The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Validate and Confirm the Acts of the National Irrigation Commission Limited, done in good faith by persons acting on behalf of the National Irrigation Commission Limited, and to indemnify the National Irrigation Commission Limited, its agents and its officers against liability for actions done in good faith and for connected matters, read a second time.
Thank you. The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. I put clause 1. Those in favor?
Madam Speaker, sorry. Well, sorry, not Speaker. What would it be now? Chairman. There is, as I indicated a while ago, just 2 very simple amendments, and I'll indicate that they're just to change in paragraph 7 of the preamble,
but Minister,
the numeral.
You take each amendment when we're on that section. So if you have to
but
put
we've moved to clause 1, which is after the preamble.
Yeah, but she's going to have to put the preamble afterwards as part of the title and enactment.
I thought you'd want to go in flow of the bill. I'm guided, Chairman.
Thanks, Minister. Yes, we put the clause first,
and then the title and enacting clause after, at which stage you will make the necessary amendments. So I put clause 1. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 2.
Clause 2 has, if I might, Chairman, just as I said, the deletion of the numeral 28 wherever it appears, and the substitution with the numeral 27. And in that clause, there are just 2 places where you will see March 28th, 2022. It should be March 27th.
The amendments were circulated. I hope everyone had a chance. I put the amendments. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 2 as amended. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause, preamble.
Yes, and again, Madam Chairman, colleagues, in paragraph 7, the deletion of, or to delete the numeral 28 and substitute, therefore, the numeral 27. So it reads March 27, 2022.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
You have to put the...
I put the preamble as approved. Those in favor?
Thank you. Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with 3 amendments. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you.
Back in the House, I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with 3 amendments. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to colleagues. This was short and swift, and I beg to have 3rd reading of the bill.
The question is that the bill be read a 3rd time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Clark.
A bill entitled An Act to Validate and Confirm the Acts of the National Irrigation Commission Limited, done in good faith by persons acting on behalf of the National Irrigation Commission Limited, and to indemnify the National Irrigation Commission Limited, its agents and its officers against liability for actions done in good faith and for connected matters read a 3rd time and passed.
Minister Chang.
Yeah, just 2 seconds.
Just look at
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for a recommittal of notice of motions given orally to allow the Minister of Finance to take the income tax amendment.
The question is that we recommit notices of motions given orally to allow for the Minister of Finance to table a bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I'll move to introduce and have read a 1st time a bill shortly entitled the Income Tax Amendment Act 2022. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of the standing order to enable me to take the 1st reading of the bill.
Public business. Dr. Clark, would you like to complete? Oh, yeah. You will have to. No, you have to continue. You have to do it over.
Are we at presentations of bills without leave of the House first obtained?
Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Minister Clark.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm a creature of... Madam Speaker, I now move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Income Tax Amendment Act 2022.
A bill shortly entitled the Income Tax Amendment Act 2022, read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill, and I further, thank you.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? So Minister of Finance will debate tomorrow. Okay. Public business now. Back to public business. Minister Chang.
Speaker. Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the minister to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, the matter for consideration before the House, Honourable House, is this afternoon is the Firearms Prohibition, Restriction and Regulation Firearms Amnesty Order 2022 and the resolution pursuant. Pursuant to the powers conferred on the Minister by Section 19 of the Firearms Prohibition, Resolution, Restriction and Regulation Act 2022, the Minister may declare a firearms amnesty if satisfied that the amnesty may result in the reduction in the number of illegally possessed firearms or ammunition in Jamaica, and B, it is in the public interest. Madam Speaker, before I proceed, I just want to point out a typo error on the order itself that will be corrected in due course. Paragraph 2, third line, which, well, it reads, during the period of commencing on the 5th of November 2022 and entering at 12 a.m. on the 19th day of November, ending on the 19th day of November 2022, an amnesty is declared whereby any person in respect of any firearm or ammunition that satisfies the conditions specified in paragraph is type 3, should be type 2 in brackets 2 of this order be granted release specified in section 19.3 of the Act here and after referred to as the amnesty. 2 is where the conditions are, so it's a typo error. Madam Speaker, as of effective today, the 1st of November, they appointed their notice. It was gazetted for the Firearms Prohibition, Restriction, Regulation, Firearms Act 2022. As of today, anyone apprehended and charged by any of the identified criminal breaches on this Act will now be subject to a new range of penalties dealing with prohibited weapons, that is, ranging from 15 years to life imprisonment. This bill has taken some time in getting here, but it's here now, and I want to express my appreciation to the teams that helped, that worked on it, the policies, legal minds in the ministries, and was able to bring this here to the House some 5 weeks ago. Of course, it took 5 weeks to get here. Again, it's instructive in terms of legislation. It's a major piece of legislation. They had to go through the process not only in approval in the Senate, but of course it had to be checked over and over for errors. A long bill, and it was, I said, instructive for those of us who are not lawyers. It took some time to go through and correct it, because now realize that once the bill is approved, in whatever areas in there would be law, would need a further correction. For example, I think the first bill had Queen instead of King. Had to go back to the Senate to be corrected and amended, and we continue the amendment process until the Attorney General was able, the department, Solicitor General was able to say it was a complete and good bill. And I want to say, commend all the members who worked on this bill, which has been taken had a long time in gestation. The penalty regime associated with prohibited farm, that is, those for which no farm authorization has been granted, is in full effect. The Honourable House will recall that the penalty for breach of the offence on the Act dealing with the prohibited regime are particularly punitive, as I said, ranging from 15 years to life imprisonment. When I tabled the farm bill for debate in September 1, I signaled my intention to declare farms amnesty as soon as the Act was brought into operation. This amnesty would allow persons who may be in possession of a legal firearm or unregistered firearm or ammunition, or those for which no license or authorization exists, opportunity to surrender these firearms or ammunition to the state without the fear of prosecution. Essentially, in summary, Madam Speaker, this is someone who may have a firearm, an illegal firearm, with no criminal intent, that is, may surrender it during the specified time. It's not just a criminal changing of the mind. There are individuals who may have inherited a firearm, from grandfather, uncle, or otherwise. They have had it locked in a safe and just not paying the attention to it. Another person may have just decided not using the firearm again, and rather than storing there to get rid of it to a place safe, they have it locked away safely. That will now become an illegal firearm after this. And though it was registered at one stage, they might not be subject to the same debate. It will be treated quite seriously, for sure, Madam Speaker. And the object of this amnesty is to have those individuals surrender their firearm. There might also be young men living in a tough community who are honest, hard-working individuals. They might have applied for a firearm license, they didn't get it. They acquire a firearm with no intention of committing a criminal act, and therefore find themselves exposed, and we are providing an opportunity for them to surrender the firearm because we do not want to criminalize the individuals. They, of course, if they are working and a steady job and have a safe home, they may apply for a firearm license at that point. But we allow the opportunity for those individuals to surrender without any penalty or prosecution. We are aware that even one incident of this kind will damage the impact of this firearm, new Firearm Act, which we are committed to execute, use as a deterrence for the criminals. Madam Speaker, on the amnesty pursuant to this order, any person who voluntarily surrenders or disposes the location of any firearm, ammunition during the amnesty period shall not be charged with any offence relating to the illegal possession, custody, or control of the firearm or ammunition. The amnesty will run for 14 days and is slated to commence on the 5th day of November 2022 and will end at midnight on the 19th of November 2022. This means, Madam Speaker, that once the amnesty expires, we can expect the full force of the law to be applied to anyone found in possession of an illegal firearm or ammunition. Of course, we'll understand from the appointed day of notice, it does not impair the prosecution by the police. The Firearms Act is now in full force, and for those who have illegal firearms involved in an act of criminal activity, arrested by the police as of today, they are subject to the rigors of this new legislation. The amnesty is for those who are seeking to get rid of the firearm they have had, and it's outlined in the condition laid out that they can call the police to the nearest police station or through an attorney at law if someone feels they might expose themselves unduly. And in fact, when doing so, they may call several numbers provided in the order: 811, 876-838-3804, 876-968-9533, so as to alert the police, the authorities, that they are coming in with an illegal firearm. So if they are apprehended on the way, they will have had a record to show that they were not just trying to pull a wool over the eyes of the police. Madam Speaker, firearm amnesties such as this one, subject to this order, are not unique to Jamaica. They have been used successfully around the world, and under different conditions, I agree, as an operational tool to reduce the high levels of armed violence resulting from proliferation of firearms and ammunition. Jamaica in the last 25 years recorded an average of 1,270 murders annually. Vast majority committed with illegal firearms. Firearms are a weapon of choice for murders and acts of crime and armed violence in Jamaica. Indeed, for the last 3 months in particular, we have seen an increase in the number of parishes which has had a history of fairly peace and quiet. And when traced and analyzed, those murders are not inter-gang but armed robbery at which incidents of murder turns up. This particularly affecting, in fact, the parish of Manchester and St. Elizabeth. And we have seen that increase, as I said, due not so much to inter-gang conflict, but armed robbery in there. The police are looking at how they can make strategic decisions in deployment to intercept more of these. There has been some reduction, in particular in Santa Cruz, and we look at how we can scale the operation in Santa Cruz up, where we have installed cameras for surveillance and provided a small QR team, the quick response team on bikes, and in fact, with their introduction in Santa Cruz, I think we saw up to a 65% reduction in armed robbery, attempted robbery in that area. The police security forces have maintained a steady rate of firearm receipts over the years. It's part of their Operation Relentless, but periodically it's a constant factor in their work in terms of dealing with criminals, armed criminals. And we have recovered some 3,800 illegal firearms on the streets of Jamaica and 53,000 rounds since 2018. Each year we have seized just over 625 firearms, and during the course of this year, up to October 31, we have already seized 652 firearms and removed them from the streets of Jamaica, representing somewhat of an 11% increase of what happened last year. I want to emphasize again, Madam Speaker, this measure is not designed to reveal identities of persons who comply with the amnesty. The amnesty is also intended to provide an opportunity for license holders who are in possession of expired authorization to surrender or to have the firearm license properly in time without any conflict. Although, under the Act, realize that the regime dealing with a licensed firearm is different from the regime dealing with a legal firearm. In fact, this was much of what, this was the challenge, was to design the legislation to ensure we separate those two sets, as happened in the original gun code, and not just legal challenge at the time. Someone who had not licensed their firearm, the initial gun code act, could have been charged, and in fact was in fact charged and had to get the minimum penalty. So the object of this whole new legislation is to separate the two. We have gone through that debate, and the amnesty now is to give further opportunity to those who might be caught unawares or inadvertently or have a gun without criminal intent to clear the air, and that the full impact of the law will go against those who are pursuing criminal activity with firearms. The conditions for surrender of the firearms are outlined in order. Firearms and ammunition may be surrendered to any sub-officer or senior sub-officer on duty at a police station, any designated officer at any FLA location, or to an attorney at law on behalf of an individual seeking the amnesty for an attorney to deliver the firearm or ammunition to the nearest police station. Now, the three categories, Madam Speaker: sub-officer at the police station, any police station, they may call a designated officer at an FLA office, or an attorney at law acting on behalf of the particular kind, and attorney privilege remains in those situations. Of course, the firearm itself, attorney-client privilege remains, so you don't have to steer who it, but the firearm itself will be examined. All firearms will be examined for ballistic purposes, and therefore a record established for that particular firearm, and if it is found to be assault on a crime, the normal investigation is pursued after that. So I'm urging those possessing illegal firearms or unregistered firearm or ammunition to make full use of the amnesty, because when it expires on November 19th, said there is no other route but to apply the law. The law seeks to provide escape opportunities for those who are not of criminal intent, but it will be complicated. It will require legal expense, and it is best for them to use this opportunity to so do. I make a short comment, Madam Speaker, on the current status of what's happening in the area of criminal crime being come to the firearms. We know at this stage we are not at the best stage. This month, October, was not the worst month. We did 2 less than last year. The month before it was bad. We are still roughly 7% ahead of last year, but of interest I mention this because we are about 7% behind in shooting incident. There's an emerging trend of shooting crowds. You might call mass shooting, gatherings, a team of individuals playing domino on the shop pays, a party, even a funeral, you know. This has emerged in this year and created significant stress on the society. People are far more fearful because innocent gatherings are being shut up by brutal criminals. It has also put the police under, not stress, but they have to change their deployment tactics, and it is pressuring the intelligence service to try and anticipate and prevent this kind of activity. And they have in fact prevented several. It is called in police language threat to life, intelligence, and they save lives. In fact, on many occasions, the life they save, of course, some criminal, other criminal. That's the regulation, that's the law, and it also contributes to reduce the numbers that are being added out there, which is what brings some level of fear to the wider community when they see huge numbers emerging. But there's still, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, that I want to use a subculture, opinion leaders who continue a narrative that seeks to literally place the blame of crime on the police. We don't have a perfect police force, but we have had significant growth in their professionalism. We have, I think, the dominant element of the police force. They are men and women who are concerned with enforcing law and order and protecting and serving the population. It's 12,000, we are gone near 13,000 now. There are still, anybody of that size in Jamaica recruited from the community will have the individual who is not towing the line, who is not as professional as they should be, and literally may be involved in even criminal activity. The police have taken significant steps, improved their own internal investigation mechanism, and I say without apology or fear of contradiction, the vast majority of our police officers are men and women committed to fighting crime in Jamaica and protecting and serving the country. But I think sometimes they are demotivated by elements which seek to swing the balance away from the criminals to the policing. And I mention this because last month was the numbers were not as severe, and in fact were a little bit less, but there were some very significant activities, some very painful activities. And what was featured at the end of the day by the public media, I felt a little bit, I'm concerned. During the month of October, at the end of the month, the headline was 19 police fatal shootings. Now, of course, I raised the issue of how we treat fatal shootings because extrajudicial killing, which is what this alludes to, unfortunately, because we have built a history and a legacy which says police fatal shooting is extrajudicial killing, which is a total falsehood. But the fact is, if police engage criminals and they are shot, it's a fatal shooting. And the more the public opinion leaders and media project this in a certain light, understand that the police being seen now as conducting themselves in a manner that is, I said, seeking to conduct extrajudicial killing. In fact, when I made the statement to train the policemen right that they don't miss, and I say it again, took off on a line of debate that I was encouraging this kind of activity. I raised it, Madam Speaker, because during the middle of October, while 19 men were killed in combat, every single one in this case, known criminal and engaged the police in criminal activity, we lost a number of security personnel, but I mentioned two police officers, which went by like another incident, and they were very painful. And I tell you why, Madam Speaker, and I think the House should share. In the case of Mr. Councillor Brian Martin, he comes from a district in Kingston called Frog City. The name itself suggests a very challenged community. His mother has 7 kids. He was the 3rd one to be killed. Criminal activity. In that, and some here would know the community is a very challenged community, if I use other words, extremely challenged. That mother, a single mother, raised her children well. The first one, who is alive, well, the oldest brother, is working with a financial institution. And while he's there working, he's trying to help not only his brothers, but other young men in the community to follow a normal, productive life and do not get involved in gangs. He was responsible for taking this brother into the police force, moving him to the police force. His 3rd brother, who is alive, who is pulling on, has 5 CXCs. It's a poor Jamaican woman in a very depressed community who is raising her children in the best way they can. Right? Part of the story of him being killed, he went back to the community unarmed. It's a regular community member to attend a wake for someone who was killed. A lady who was well known, in fact, it is the constituency of the former leader, Peter Phillips, the exact here constituency. The brother who is working at the financial institution came to pick him up. He called him on the phone, and the phone rang once, and he heard a gunshot. It was his brother who he went to pick up dead right after. Water. That to me, Madam Speaker, is it's not only a dramatic story, but a story of a life that the people in difficult communities face. That's a story that needs to be told and to be heard by the public. I met his brother, and that was not considered newsworthy. What was to be featured was that the policemen shoot 19 men who were out there killing people. A couple of days after that, in Arnett Gardens, Trenchtown, a police officer who I am told, without any hesitation, I knew from his background he was well trained, he's experienced corporal, but the community liked him. That was the message I got walking through and people were there. He went in, called by the community to prevent a witness being killed, because there were some men moving around who they thought were involved. He was shot without hesitation, brutally killed. Now, he was fully equipped, so it is not good gunman, but he was hit in the face, he had on his vest, and he died instantly. And there was some controversy about and 2 of the men engaging him were killed. Again, we saw 2 officers committed to working to protect our people being brutally gunned down by men who have no thought of hesitation in pursuing this kind of activity. They kill fellow citizens, they kill police officers. But the focus is very really on the police officer and the risk they face, and the need to ensure that they are properly equipped with the tools to fight criminals, as well as the legislation we need. There's a school of thought out there, and I have no problem with some of the legislation in the I was part of the government when we passed it. The rights of our people must be protected. But I really think it is time that this narrative that seeks to literally have our police officers seen as the problem and not the criminals that are scattered across the country, brutally killing people, operating the level of impunity from time to time that is worrying, and the police who are facing them, who themselves face this kind of heavily armed criminal, needs to have the full support of the community. They need to have the full support of every Jamaican, every well-thinking Jamaican, to in fact carry out a job. It is risky, it is a high-risk job, and it is a critical job that has to be done. As government, we can only provide them with the appropriate tools, which we're doing. We're expanding it. And when we do so, at the stage we're at, Madam Speaker, we're going to have more fatal shootings. In fact, it's inevitable because the police intelligence is getting better. We are moving aggressively to complete our suite of communication equipment for them. And that's, I don't mean necessarily equipment to listen, interpret, but the microwave system, we're giving them more motor vehicles, and we are training more police officers, so there are more police intelligence operatives on the ground. We have improved their intelligence facilities, and therefore, when we hear threat for life, we save criminals, but they also pick up intelligence that will allow them to intercept more of the criminal gangs going to kill each other. And when that happens, we're going to have police engaging them. To me, it's somewhat, it's annoying. I find it objectionable that in those contexts, the image is still going that we have policemen who are out there seeking just to kill. They're out there to protect, and they are faced with gunmen. They have to respond, and they are trained to respond, and I expect an engagement. The police should win. We lost 2 last week. I expect at all times the policemen who are trained, and that's why I say train them well. They are trained effectively that when they engage in combat with criminals, they must win. And I have no apologies for that. I want them to win. I expect them to win. And we train them and provide the equipment to do so. We invite them, if they are not only in the amnesty, but if they have firearms and they are identified and they surrender to the police, they are taking it. And this happened. It has happened very recently. There are 2 cases in St. James. One engaged the police. The other one who was apprehended, he had killed 2 citizens that if the citizens had caught him, they would have dealt with him. Really. That was a gang war he killed him. He killed 2 innocent, decent, very decent, hard-working, middle-aged Jamaicans. Had they got a chance, they'll go for him. But he surrendered. The police took him in. He'll be tried, and I'm sure he'll. Unfortunately, he was arrested before the law. But I think there'll be 2 charges of murder against him, so he will get his due time in behind bars and out of the way. Appointed day was today. Yeah, so as of today, we're done. So I mentioned those things, Madam Speaker, because I think we have introduced new legislation. This is a strong piece of legislation. We know it is raised questions, but we think it is necessary as a deterrence. And I said, as of today, all criminals caught with firearms, whether being used or otherwise, will be subject to severe penalties. This is the day when I said the police can apprehend and detain anyone for any of the crimes assault with a prohibited weapon, which means possession with intent to cause harm, stockpiling, trafficking, all the other features mentioned in the new law, some of which were not in the old law. They will be subject to the penalties established in this particular piece of legislation. We think it is necessary to do it this way, to have strong, effective legislation. And as said, when police officers who are continuing to do their job, they're on the road heavily, fighting long hours, duty. In fact, in their most recent program, Relentless, in the 5 divisions they focused on, activity went down significantly, but the flaring up in others have compensated, and they are looking at how to redeploy. And in our training program, we'll graduate another 300 police officers later this month, which means we can begin to expand Relentless in the various divisions. We have also acquired some additional vehicles, which should be out there in time for the Christmas season and the holiday season. So every effort is being made, Madam Speaker, to ensure we can provide our policemen with the tools required to fight the criminals that are out there across our country, hurting our people, provide them with the physical tools, the physical infrastructure. We will continue to look at how we can improve and expand the legislative framework that they have to fight with. And this one, in fact, when it goes into, as it went in today, will mean that when they work hard, long hours, take the risk to apprehend the killers, the shooters, the one who carry out these crimes across the country, killing each other and killing innocent people, robbing and other brutal activity, trading in drugs, including Molly, coke, ganja. When the police work long hours, hard, and remove them from the street, they'll be put away for a long time. The current regime, in a sense, the policeman work hard, take him to court, and before him go home for dinner, the man back on the street shooting somebody. That's not part of this regime again. Every officer can know they can do their job. We'll put them away for some time. I make a last comment to Madam Speaker and ask the members to support the affirmative resolution, which is a specific thing. You know, one of the, and to assure the officers who are listening, I have asked for the Commissioner to update the book of rules for our police officers. I'll tell you why, because I don't think the country fully appreciates the implication. When we arrest a gang leader or a gang for murder, whatever is involved, the taxpayer, by and large, pays millions of dollars to provide that particular gangster killer with legal services. The cost now to do the Klansman gang, which people have become sensitive to gang and the activity leaders, who intelligence will tell you they have huge resources, but when they go to court, they don't have any. And by law, we provide Queen's Counsel, Senior Counsel, Junior Counsel, the person, right? Huge amount of money. In the rules for the police force, it was established that we cannot defend the police in court. And in providing even private laws and a private bar, the rules stated that the policeman should pay the bill, go to court, and unless he wins, and if he wins, he'll refund at the end of the day. It's an unfair system, Madam Speaker, and I want to assure the officers we are going to change it. Currently, we operate with a cabinet decision that allows us to assist in paying the fees, and the Permanent Secretary has established a structure to ensure that policemen who are charged for any incident while doing the work of protecting the country can get legal representation. But the rules must be changed because it cannot be paid in any ad hoc manner. And I've asked the Commissioner of Police to begin to review that book of rules, which was last done in 1985, started in 1979 and went over on those and articulated then. I want to assure the men and women in the police force, I'll ensure that's changed quickly. We'll be looking at the Police Conservative Force Act, but we need to change the book of rules before, because it's obviously unjust and unfair for the system to operate in that manner. They should get the best representation that is available in the country as they carry out their very difficult task of protecting this country from marauding gunmen. Madam Speaker, I urge that I seek the support of my colleagues in establishing amnesty, which is part of the introduction of the Firearms Act 2022, to ensure we can, as I said, bring a new framework for dealing with these those with criminal intent across the country.
Well, go ahead and do what I have to do.
Opposition Leader, it's almost 7:20, so instead of breaking you during House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the rule, of course, is that at 7:20, I should ask that the House be requested to resume after. However, it is just 18 minutes after, and in the interest of time and to allow the opposition leader to speak uninterrupted, I now move that the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30 p.m. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the time being approximately 7:20 p.m., the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30 to complete the business of the day. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Opposition Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister. So, Minister, just on a technical issue, I had pointed out to you that there's a referential error in paragraph 2.1 of the order, and it being a signed order, it can't be amended, so it would have to be retabled tomorrow and approved tomorrow so it can go to the Senate this week, because it can't amend a signed order. It's a referential error to the wrong provision in the order itself. So I would suggest, Minister, that you just sign the corrected order and have it sent here tomorrow so we can approve the order tomorrow, pass the resolution tomorrow, so it is not defective. That's my recommendation. Yeah. Minister, the first thing I wanted to say to you is, today being the appointed day under the new Firearms Act, the effect of that is that the Act came into force today. And so any firearms offense committed today or thereafter will be governed by the new firearms legislation. And Jamaica needs to understand that, because one of the purposes of that legislation is to deter illegal firearm activity. And so it's important that people now know that the new act will apply to any illegal firearm activity from today onwards. I'm just reiterating that, Minister. Yeah. Yes. I would also say, Minister, that I think there needs to be some extensive legal training in the new Firearms Act of the police and the DPP's department and the judiciary, including the parish judges and the Supreme Court judges. Many of the traditional offenses that everyone in the legal profession and in the police force have become accustomed to charging people under no longer exist. There's a totally new regime with provisions that are worded in a different way. Even the name of the offense is going to change because the wording of the provision has changed. So there needs to be some training so that the legislation can be effectively implemented. And I commend that idea to you and ask that you consider developing a module around it so that the police who have to enforce it fully understand it. When they're preparing the charging documents, they're properly worded in accordance with the Act, and the prosecutors themselves become familiar with what it is they need to prove to establish the case beyond a reasonable doubt. These are very important things which will affect the way in which the legislation works in practice. And of course, the judges also need to be familiar with it, because these offenses will largely be tried, as I understand it, in the gun court by judge alone. And given the mandatory minimum penalties which have been imposed under the new legislation of 15 years in many instances, sometimes life imprisonment with no eligibility for parole, up to 15 years, we need to be mindful of that. And this is a discussion on an order creating an amnesty under the Act, but the whole efficacy of the Act and the efficacy of the amnesty will depend on the Act itself being rolled out seamlessly. So training is definitely critical to the achieving of that. Minister, I have a concern in relation to the order, and this is the total absence of any kind of accountability structure within the parameters of the order itself. So paragraph 2.1 of the order says that any person may be granted relief under the order and under section 19.3 of the Act, and if conditions are met. And the relevant conditions are that the firearm or ammunition has to be surrendered at a police station to the sub-officer in charge or the senior sub-officer on duty, or if it is a firearm or ammunition which was once subject to a permit or a license, then in that instance it can be surrendered to the firearm license authority, to the designated officer, I think you said. I was expecting to see some kind of regime that would require, for example, a register of surrendered firearms to be maintained at each station and a surrender receipt to be generated with the particulars of the surrender, the person surrendering it, the specifics of the weapon or ammunition, the serial number, the make, all of the parameters that would be normally included in a register of that nature. And that I would have thought that the surrender certificate, which would be issued and delivered a copy of it to the person making the surrender, so they have a record for their own protection of having surrendered under the order. The person signing that certificate should be not the same person as the person who signs the register. So you have a check and balance in the system. Because right now, it just says you're just going and handing a weapon, and there's no paperwork around that, and there's no accountability. Now, it may be that there's an intention to implement that operationally, but I would have thought that the order would itself have required it. So I'm a little surprised to see nothing of that nature in the order. And I hope that that can be remedied in some way operationally. And it is not too late to do a supplemental order, I think, dealing with that, because this doesn't come into effect until Saturday and then lasts for 2 weeks, a fortnight thereafter. So, Minister, the training issue, I commend to you. I think it's extremely important. Firearms offenses are such a big part of the criminal justice system, and such a large percentage of the cases in Jamaica that come to court are firearms related, whether it's murder or whether it is possession or shooting with intent or whatever it may be. That the new regime around firearms needs to be well understood by those who have to enforce the law, whether it be on the investigative side or the prosecutor. Provides for attorneys handing in firearms on behalf of someone else. Though, in fact, the wording of 2:1 suggests that anyone can hand in a firearm on behalf of someone else, because it says any person can hand it in. So a mother could hand it in on behalf of a son, or a pastor could hand it in on behalf of a congregant, or, But there's a specific regime that applies only to attorneys, and that requires the attorney to make a record in relation to the quantity of the firearms or ammunition, and in respect of each firearm, the serial number, type, make, and model, and in respect of ammunition, the type and make of the ammunition. So there is an accountability regime or a record-keeping requirement in relation to firearms which are surrendered through attorneys, but not in relation to firearms that are surrendered directly by anyone to the police. And I think that's a gap which needs to be filled. Minister, I would just close by saying to you that I endorse what you said about the fact that the force and our brave men and women in the security forces who put their lives in danger need to be treated with respect. And as long as they are performing their duties in accordance with the ethical standards and the professional standards that are expected of persons who are entrusted with that role, they should have the full support of the population. And I believe they do, largely. Unfortunately, there are occasionally bag eggs, and it is a problem because it affects the confidence that the population have in the police, where you have a minority who are themselves a little too close to some of these criminal elements. And where that occurs, those need to be weeded out as quickly as possible so that they do not undermine the honest and diligent efforts of the other officers who are trying to maintain peace and order and enforce the law in that particular police division. But generally speaking, any signal that suggests that criminals and police are somehow on par is flawed, is wrong, and we cannot support that. We owe a tremendous debt of gratitude to members of the security force, many of whom, unfortunately, pay a heavy price, sometimes the ultimate price, for the role that they play in protecting us as a society. And we must not do anything to undermine their morale, to undermine the respect that the population should have for the role that they are expected to play. And so I endorse those remarks. After the officer who was killed in Trenchtown, that night, I went to Denham Town Station the next morning to meet with his colleagues at the station. They were having a meeting with all the police officers who were present, including the divisional commander and the rank and file. And of course, it was taking place in a very sad situation, and people were really in mourning and in shock. And, you know, as a member of parliament for the community where it occurred, I just wanted them to know that I, completely sympathize with them and with him and his family and with them as his colleagues. And indeed, as a member of parliament, I enjoy a good working relationship with the divisional command in West Kingston Police Division. It is a difficult division to police, as you know, but it is only through effective collaboration between the population and the police that we can manage and get to grips with the criminal elements in there. All right-minded citizens, which are by far the majority, want to live a peaceful life. And the nature of the killings that have been taking place are so arbitrary, where it's quite clear that the people who are perpetrating the murders do not care one jot as to who it is they're shooting. They are just minded that they want to execute somebody as a reprisal for some prior act. And whoever it is, if they come from that area, they're fair game. And the most recent one involved, as I understand it, based on having gone on the ground and spoken to the families in the community, the victims of that shooting, that recent shooting where 3 people were killed, were all hardworking, middle-aged Jamaicans who were just having an ital stew at the cook shop of their choice and ended up losing their lives. One is an electrician working with JPS. Another was a very highly respected welder who even did marine welding under the sea. Was an expert. And a third who was somebody hoping to migrate shortly, as I understand it. It's tragic what we are going through in Jamaica with the violent crime that is intensifying. We have to do something about it. And Minister, I met with the police hierarchy, the shadow cabinet did, in July, and I set out for them what I thought might be a workable scheme for targeting, for spearfishing violence producers, and you and I have discussed it, and I understand that you are working on it, and you will have our cooperation, and ideally we want to make sure that it has the necessary balances in it so that it can pass constitutional scrutiny, because that is important. There's no point passing legislation which is constitutionally suspect. It's better to get it right beforehand so it can stand any scrutiny and stand the test of time and achieve the objectives which we all want, which is to try and make Jamaica a place where we feel safe to live and where we can achieve our dreams and our people don't have to feel despondent, hopeless, and anxious to leave. And that is, I think, where we ought to work across the aisle on that, because we have to collaborate nationally to tackle this existential threat to Jamaican society, which we are now in the grips of. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister.
Thank the member from South St. Andrew for his support on the bill, and we're going to make the correction immediately on the front page. But before so, I meant this amnesty is just to give the few. We know it's that we're not here to correct a lot of things. I mentioned again the issue involving both police officers. Again, I go back to it before I come to it. Very, very sad. That family, I think you're familiar with the family in Frog City, the member from Manchester. Painful from an extreme, the poor mother who has done an excellent job of raising her children. In the situation in South St. Andrew, Corporal Malahoo just mentioned, is from a police family. His father is a sergeant, retired sergeant of police. Humble man, honest, hard-working. The type of Jamaican, would describe as, no, Frog City is just a poor lady who raised her kids. They're all doing well. It's a fight with them. And in this case, Corporal Mulling's father is a retired police sergeant, what they call the salt of the earth, but the keeper who really made this country what it is. And he has 2 other sons in the police force. So here's a man who has made law enforcement a part of his family's tradition and profession. And he was cut down that brutally. It was difficult to really wrap your head around that kind of thing. It is difficult. And I met the men after that, then I'm told it was really, you could sense the pain going through the force down there. And we wanted to assure them, and why I raised it here today, that I think the country has to get the message, and the police officers, that in this house we are united in supporting them in their fight against crime. I think if we get that message out there, it will begin to impact the narrative. Nobody's asked us to defend the one who might be a miscreant and who will be the bad out there. I think by and large, the police force we have now is committed to fighting crime, and they themselves have their own internal mechanism to identify and remove those who would bring their institution into disrepute. They require and deserve the full support of all well-thinking Jamaicans in what has become a battle, a war against criminals who have adopted new strategies. And part of the new strategy they're adopting, in fact, comes from improved police efficiency. I said, no, they cannot just walk into a community, hang around, shoot some people, and move on at a walking pace. Because once the police is called, once somebody indicate to the police whether through 119 or by calling their local police station, because of the improvement in mobility, and that's not trying to hide away, we have given them what week they will be on site, and response time is rapid. But because of that, they have adopted this new tactics. They have killing people willy-nilly. Honest, hard-working people. People sitting playing a game of domino on a shop pizza, enjoying some time with their friends. Sometimes they might be one person they want to find. It may not even be the person they're going for in the current atmosphere may not be himself a perpetrator. They kill family members, a brother, a cousin, a friend, that I can't find the individual. Indeed, in the case of Frog City, the prime suspect is reported to have been heard saying, just before the incident, to someone who was quite concerned that, and when I go down and shell down the place, they came and just fired willingly. I said, yeah. And I understand the pain the brother who came for his brother feels. He said, that one was hard to just absorb. He came, stopped on the north side of the crowd, called his brother. The phone rang once and he heard a gunshot. And when the crowd cleared, it was his brother who was dead on the ground. Other shots were fired, but he could hear the first shot there firing. Just drove to pick up his brother. 30 seconds will make a difference to the young man's life. But one can only imagine the pain of that brother who had driven down there, stopped to come pick up his brother, called him, heard the phone ring, but before he could answer, he was shot and killed. He took him to KPH. They knew it was gone. That's the kind of activity about there. The families who are hurting, the families of police officers, but also reflect the work of the police officers they are currently carrying out. And as I said, I think they are doing much better than the numbers suggest, because we have large numbers of armed gangsters, but some of the criminal activities now is reflecting of the impact of the police. I said they need to shoot and run literally as a result of more increased efficiency and increased intelligence, because many times in the situation that you allude to, I can say it publicly, the intelligence came and the men were literally minutes away from, police unit was minutes away in that incident where 3 was killed in South St. Andrew. So, and as we get better, that is, there's more engagement. And therefore one has to look at the kind of each incident and understand that it's not an issue of policemen going out to try and find someone to shoot. They are caught in genuine combat and they need the support of our citizens, all well-thinking citizens. In the challenge they face, they need that moral support, because when gunshots start coming at them, they need to understand that the country is behind them, the country supports them. And going forward, I will continue to work with them and give them the moral and legal support required to be effective against the criminals. Our Jamaicans, gangs are all over the globe now. As I said, they're well-resourced, so it's time to really, at the stage right now, they need that support to continue to, as they reach a tipping point where we can begin to see a downward trajectory. It is at a level where almost level, and I think that's where we can hold it, but as we increase in numbers, which is happening rapidly, not too rapid, we have to do it at a steady pace to ensure we have maintained the quality, and we have seen in some years where we have put additional men, and we have to keep improving the facilities, both in terms of working stations and accommodation and transportation to keep them going. We're going to have more engagement, but as I said, it will naturally peak, and I guarantee and can assure the country as it settles in, you'll begin to get. It's not going to be a dramatic fall, even with additional legislation, and even with more focused targeting, but when you begin to disrupt the operation the way we're doing now, you get it going down. I'm invited to suspend the debate for, no? Okay. I was asked, I'm now going to ask for the order to be withdrawn and replaced by an order which is being done by the House. Should be here in any minute now. What member, I want to thank you for your support from the team over there, and I said, it sends a very strong message by you speaking on behalf of the upper that we, in this House, stand united against criminal activity. I think that message is crucial for the country and the police officers. They need that support out there on a united base without contention as we continue to build them up, provide them with other tools that they need to fight, because the situation is challenging, but I think they are doing much better than the numbers reflect in terms of homicides. And bear in mind, a lot of the homicides are also domestic. So we have, this year, I'm trying to break out and analyze it, but there's a significant number of domestic violence which will not be resolved by policing, although we have established domestic violence centers at all the major stations. We intend to complete, we have 12, we intend to complete that across the island. But when someone goes into the house and decides to shoot the boyfriend or stab the boyfriend in the bed, the police can't really get there. There are other things to do, and that's another debate as we look at the kind of programs that we expect to reduce domestic violence across here. And ask for the order to be withdrawn and replaced.
The question is that the Firearms Amnesty Order 2022 be withdrawn and replaced. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. We are going to ask leave of the House Leader. Hold on, Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House be suspended for 5 minutes in order to enable the replacement procedures to be completed. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Question is that we suspend for about 5 minutes to allow for completion of the procedures in respect of removal and replacement of the order. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Members, you may take your seat. This Honourable House now resume its sitting. Recommittals.
No, House Leader.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I beg for the recommittal of the items announcements and notices of motions given orally. May it please the Madam Speaker.
The question is that we recommit announcements and notices of motions given orally. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Still has an error? We do have the correct one. So, House Leader, recommittal, announcements. Yeah.
Giving that the notice of motion. Also laid on the table of the House today are copies of the Firearms Prohibition, Restriction and Regulation Firearms Amnesty Order 2022 under the Firearms Prohibition, Restriction and Regulation Act.
Notice of motions given orally.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to give note that the next meeting of the House I will move the following motion, where Section 19 of the Firearms Prohibition, Restriction and Regulation Act 2022 provides that the Minister may by order subject to affirmative resolution declare a firearms amnesty if the Minister is satisfied that A, the amnesty may result in a reduction in the number of illegally possessed firearms or ammunition in Jamaica, and B, it is in the public interest to declare the amnesty. Whereas on the first day of November 2022, the Minister made the firearms prohibition, restriction, and regulation firearms amnesty October 2022. Now therefore be resolved by this Honourable House as follows. This resolution may be cited as the firearms prohibition, restriction, and regulation firearms amnesty October 2022 resolution. 2, the firearms prohibition, restriction, and regulation firearms amnesty order 22, which was laid on the table of the House on the first day of November 2022, be hereby affirmed. Madam
Public business.
Madam Speaker, I further give notice that Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motion of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, the question that the motion which was given earlier be approved by affirmation.
The question is that the motion notice of which Minister gave earlier be approved. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, this has been a long evening.
A good evening.
But a good evening. And we've done a lot of business in the interest of the nation. It is not intended to do any further business for the day. I invite you, Madam Speaker, to adjourn this Honourable House until tomorrow, November 2nd, at 2 p.m. at the George William Gordon House. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thanks, House Leader. The question is that the House do now adjourn for Wednesday, November 2nd, 2022 at 2 p.m. sharp. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This Honourable House now stands adjourned.